no leg. Would you mind taking this away? Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me at the back okay? The first correction to be made is that my book, Toxic Culture, will not be published soon, at least not until I write it. I need to update my bio. It's a pleasure to be back in Burlington. I didn't know until last night that I was back because I'd forgotten that I'd been here before, which is not an infrequent lapse of mine, but it is a pleasure. Every day in the United States, about 130 people die of overdoses, which is to say that every month you have the equivalent of a 9/11 happening. And when you consider the attention, alarm, public effort, mobilization of resources, nationwide determination that were evoked by 9/11, you have to wonder, why isn't the tragedy that 10 times as great every year, why does that not elicit the same reaction, the same concern, the same sense of unity, the same determination to get at the bottom of it, the same desire to end it? Now that's, of course, only a small part of the addiction story, because many more people die of alcoholism and cigarette smoking, which are also addictions, which immediately raises an interesting question. Why is it that the far more lethal addictions are actually respectable, advertised on Super Bowl, say alcohol, whereas other substances that are no more dangerous and in the long term medically not as harmful, they're illegal, and why our jails are full of people who got addicted to the wrong substance? Now these are interesting questions, and the answers are not to be found in conjecture or prejudice. We have to really examine them. So for 12 years I worked in the downtown east side of Vancouver. In Vancouver, British Columbia, the downtown east side is the ground zero for addiction in North America. And what I mean by that is that in a few square block radius we have more addicts injecting, ingesting, and inhaling substances of all kinds than anywhere else on the continent. It's also the place of some forward-looking programs, such as the supervised injection site, where I was a physician for 2 years, where people actually are allowed to bring their illegal drugs, but inject them under medical supervision, with clean needles, sterile water, and if they overdose, they get resuscitated. Vancouver is also the site of the only clinic in North America that is authorized to give heroin, pure heroin, to addicts, under the principle that it's way better to have people inject heroin in a supervised way than to have them inject adulterated substances, often containing fentanyl, which are, as you know, frequently lethal. But these are small projects compared to the need, even in Canada, and they're nowhere near being even considered in the United States. And again, you wonder why. If there are programs that can actually save lives, reduce the burden of disease, save the public money in terms of health costs, reduce crime, and make people's life better, what on earth is stopping us from adopting such programs on a broad basis? Well, that has to do with how we view addiction. And so, how we view addiction really is the essence of my talk this morning. And incidentally, I'll be talking on two topics today, the first one being on addiction and the afternoon on stress and health. And believe me, I could be happily talking to you for 2 days about each of these topics, because I'll be able to give you an overview, but not really the depth that each topic deserves. Well, the mainstream view of addiction in North America is that it's a choice, it's an ethical lapse, it's a bad decision, it's a moral failure. That is the mainstream view. How do we know that's the mainstream view? Because the entire legal apparatus is based on that perspective. If you're going to put somebody in jail for having done something, you have to believe that they made a choice to do it. If they didn't make a free choice, what are we punishing them for? So that's the belief. And we'll see throughout the course of the day how accurate that belief is. But I'll tell you the punchline right now, there's zero evidence that anybody chooses to be an addict. I've never met a single person. I mean, does anybody here that actually woke up one morning and said, my ambition is to be an addict in life? Raise your hand if you did, because I want to hear your thinking on that. How many of you have had addictive issues of some kind or another? Just raise your hands. How many of you chose to be an addict? So then if people don't choose it, why are we punishing them? But that's the mainstream view, and the whole social perspective, the way the media portrays the problem, movies depict it, and certainly how the entire criminal justice system handles it is based on that very, not questionable, but actually ridiculous perspective. And since I'm an adjunct professor in the Department of Criminology, in the Faculty of Criminology at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, I can say this. When we talk about the criminal justice system, it's a very accurate statement. It's a criminal system. It's a criminal justice system. Because it is criminal to hurt people who don't deserve it. It is. It's just criminal to do that. That's what a criminal does. The system is criminal. Except that it doesn't come out of criminal intent. It comes out of genuine misbelief. It comes out of a desire to stop a terrible problem, but the effect is criminal. The impacts are criminal, not the intentions. Well, that's one view of addiction. I won't spend too much time on it because I'll be showing its invalidity throughout the whole day. But the other point of view is more interesting. The Surgeon General of the United States, in November, as you may know, issued a report on addiction. And he was hoping that this report will do for addiction what a previous Surgeon General's report in the 1960s did for cigarette smoking. And I heard him speak in Chicago just over a month ago, and he's a very humane man. And the report is a forward-looking document in that it explicitly states that nobody chooses to be an addict, and addiction is not a moral failure, but in fact it's a disease. Now that's the first statement by any American public official ever, that we're not dealing here, acting in an official capacity, that we're not dealing here with ethical lapse or moral degeneracy, but we're dealing here with a disease. So according to the Surgeon General, as according to the American Academy of Addiction Medicine, addiction represents a brain disease. They say it's a primary brain disease. In other words, it arises in the brain. And why? According to the Surgeon General's report, 50 to 70% due to genetic factors. Well, of course, that perspective has multiple advantages over the choice perspective, in that, number one, at least if somebody has a disease, you're not going to punish them for it. If somebody inherited the wrong genes, you're not going to hold that against them. If you see something as a disease, you're going to provide treatment. And as with any other chronic illness, you're not going to be surprised when you see relapse. You can say that's the normal part of the condition, that there are relapses. Now, there's a lot of truth in the disease hypothesis, but the hypothesis itself, I'm asserting for you today, is not valid. I'm saying that addiction has the features of a disease. We talk about it as a disease. Why does it look like a disease? Well, it involves parts of the body and the brain. It has negative physiological impacts on the brain and the rest of the body. It is amenable to medical treatment up to a point, and is characterized by relapse and remission, like any other chronic illness. So, it looks like a disease. But is it? I think we need to be very skeptical of any explanation. The reason I say that is we have to be skeptical is because if your car wasn't running well and you kept taking it to the same mechanic and the same problem kept occurring and even getting worse, you'd have to think that there's something the mechanic hasn't discovered about it yet. You think you need a different point of view. If we're failing spectacularly, as we are, in both the prevention and the treatment of addiction, then we need to ask ourselves, well, is it possible that our perspective may be lacking something? Is there something more that we need to understand? And that's the question that's not being asked. Because the disease model, although it's nice to see it replace the choice model, that's what we've been practicing now for decades. The medical profession has been practicing out of a disease model of addiction for a long time now. But why aren't we getting better at doing something about it? Maybe there's something we don't understand. Maybe we have to have a different way of looking at it. Let me define addiction for you, and I'm going to ask you a question. By way of illustrating the first basic point about what addiction really is. So addiction is a complex process, psychological, biological, neurobiological, physiological, but it is manifested in any behavior that a person craves, finds temporary pleasure or relief in, suffers negative consequences as a result of, but still continues with it. They can't give it up. So, here are the features of addiction. Pleasure, craving, relief in the short term, long-term negative consequences, inability to give it up. That's what an addiction is. Now, you might notice that I said nothing about substances. It could be, of course, substances. It could be cigarettes. It could be alcohol. It could be heroin, cocaine, crystal meth, cannabis. Who knows what else these days? But it could also be gambling, sex, shopping, eating, internet, work, political power, or any number of other human behaviors. So the commonality doesn't have to do with the target behavior. It has to do with the craving, the pleasure, the temporary relief, the long-term negative consequence, and inability to give it up. That's what an addiction is. So I'm going to ask you again now, according to that definition, how many of you would acknowledge that at some time or another in your life you've had an addictive pattern? Just raise your hand if you had. Okay? Well, we're getting the vast majority here, if not everyone. I'm going to ask the next question now. I'm going to ask for some volunteers. I'm not going to ask you to tell me, and we're going to need the mics here. I'm not going to ask you to tell me what you're addicted to, when, or for how long. Just a simple question. What did you like about it? What did it do for you in the long term? Not what was wrong with it. You already know what was wrong with it. I want to know what was right about it. What did you like about it? So who's willing to tell me now? Okay, if you just take the mics to wherever the hands are. Okay.
Good morning. For me, it was a solution to everything else.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Social anxiety.
Anxiety.
Depression.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Very good. Thank you. Who else? Whoever's got a mic, just go ahead. Yeah?
A brief and what
respite?
I thought I knew, ultimately a brief sense of relief.
From what?
From pain.
Relief from pain.
And
Emotional
suffering.
pain?
Emotional pain
Yeah.
and suffering.
Suffering, thank you. All right, who else?
I have a mic. Mine is just sort of instant comfort.
Instant comfort. Thank you. I'll take maybe two more. Yes, please.
Here.
Hello. Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, confidence.
Confidence.
Yeah, confidence, escape from anxiety, briefly.
Yeah,
It always came back, though, so
that's the nature of addiction.
didn't really
It's
work out that
temporary.
well.
Yeah.
For
Okay,
me,
yeah?
it was the rush, the euphoria.
Euphoria.
Yep.
You know what euphoria actually means? Just feeling good. You means good. Euphoria is how you feel. You know? You felt good. I mean, very good. Well, let's look at these answers. I'm sure there'll be others. And you know, when I give these talks, people say these things, but you know, other valuable human states as well. You said it was a solution to everything, particularly social anxiety and depression. You said it was a relief from emotional pain. Instant comfort, which implies that you were uncomfortable. So there was discomfort. If you needed comfort, it's because there was discomfort. Confidence, because you lacked confidence. You lacked self-esteem. You lacked a sense of your own worth. Feeling good. In other words, as you can see in every case, the addiction wasn't your problem. As the very first speaker pointed out, it was your solution to a problem. So in every case, the addiction is a solution to a problem. It's not a good solution. It's a temporary solution that creates more problems. That's why we're talking about it. But what it is an attempt to solve a problem. So to say that it's a primary brain disease is to miss the point that it actually has value in people's lives. And these states of confidence and feeling good and comfort and pain relief and just feeling okay in the world, these are normal human aspirations. There's nothing wrong with them. The addicted person just wants to feel like a normal human being should feel like on this earth. And if they don't feel that way, we have to ask, well, what happened to them? How come they don't feel that way? Why do they need to rely on a behavior, whether it be internet or sex or gambling, or a substance, whether it's alcohol or cigarettes or caffeine or crystal meth, for them to feel okay and alert and activated and vital and confident and connected and pleasured? Why? Something must have happened. And it's that something that must have happened that we don't look at. So when we look at the models of choice, comparing it to the model of disease, they're very different. And the disease model is much closer to the truth, but it is not true because they both miss the point that the addiction actually serves a purpose in life for that individual or for those groups of people. And those are valid purposes. They have to do with what it means to be a human being. And what the two hypotheses have in common is neither looks at what actually happens to create that craving, to create that discomfort, that pain, that boredom, that alienation, that emptiness. Now, that's what we have to look at. And if we're going to treat addiction properly, we have to get beyond trying to get people to change their behaviors. The behaviors need to change because they're self-harming and socially harmful behaviors. And I don't care which addiction it is. But fundamentally what we need to change before the behaviors can permanently transform is we have to help people change their relationship to themselves. We have to find that source of comfort, connection, confidence, ability to feel pleasure the way of dealing with stress, the way of dealing with emotional pain, the way of dealing with anxiety, depression, that strength within that person. Those are the qualities that have to be enhanced if we're going to help people get past addictions. But instead, we put all our focus on just managing the behaviors. And that doesn't work with adults any more than it does with children. So, that's my introduction. And so then, from what perspective shall we look at addiction? Well, a study, just a couple of many studies have shown that the more stressed the parents are, the more likely the children are to get asthma. So the higher the state of stress or depression of the parents, the more medication the child will need for their asthma. And the more likely they are to be hospitalized. So there's some connection between the emotional states of the parent and the physiology of the child. Furthermore, a study in the United States last year showed that the more episodes of racism a black woman experiences in your country, the greater her risk of asthma. Well, what's going on here? What's going on here is that people's emotional states have a huge impact on their physiology. And that's obvious because I could change your physiology. I could change everybody's physiology in here in one split second. All I'd have to do is to take out a weapon and to scream at you. And your physiology would change without me having touched you. Why? Because you would have experienced fear. The alarm center in your brain, the amygdala, would have gone off like a danger signal, which would have then recruited other centers in the brain, and your body would mobilize hormones and muscle and nerve and cardiovascular reactions to deal with the threat. In other words, the emotion of fear would have changed your body in a split second. I'll be telling you this afternoon that the interaction between emotions and physiology is 24/7, whether we're aware of it or not. But that means to say that we can't separate the mind from the body. And then to understand any physiological process, virtually any physiological process in the body, we have to understand not just the physical aspects of it, but also the emotional environment in which it takes place. That's the first point. The second point is, so that people are biopsychological creatures. Our biology cannot be separated from our psychology. But if you look at the stressed parents, why are they stressed? Because they're unemployed? Because their communities are falling apart? Because their marriage might be in trouble? Why do people experience racism? Because they live in a society that has yet to deal with that particular human problem. So we're not just psychobiological creatures, we're biopsychosocial creatures. In other words, our biology is significantly affected by the emotional environment, which exists in a cultural social environment. You simply cannot separate people's physiology, including their brain physiology, and including the circuits of the brain that are implicated in addiction from the psychological, emotional, and social environment. You cannot do that, not in real life. So that unity, that interactivity of human beings is what's missing from the conversation. That's what's missing from the conversation. Well, let's put it back in the conversation and see what we find. And incidentally, what I'm telling you here is not a theory. I mean, it's not purely a theory. It's the only one that's scientifically tenable. I'm talking about proven science. So my problem with this whole addiction discussion, especially in my own profession, the medical profession, is we keep talking about evidence-based practice. Well, I only wish that we had evidence-based practice. Because all the evidence points to a biopsychosocial perspective on human beings, and particularly on the problem of addiction. So let's go through a few layers. Let's peel back the layers of addiction. In the 1990s, when I was in my 50s, I was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. And my first book on the subject, which I'll talk about later perhaps, incidentally, let me mention something. On the back of your brochures, my books are listed, but these are the Canadian titles and covers. The books that are for sale outside are the American titles and covers, which sometimes look the same, but most of the time they do not, because American publishers always think they know better. So they take a best-selling book in Canada and then they publish it with a different title. Don't ask. Actually, I'll tell you, my book on ADHD in Canada was entitled Scattered Minds. The American publisher brought it out as Scattered, thinking that the American public won't understand the word minds. Only 3 years later to bring out a book called Scattered Minds on the same subject, just to confuse things. Anyway, I was diagnosed with the condition in my 50s, in my mid-50s, and I was given Ritalin and Dexedrine. You know, these are stimulant medications. They elevate the levels of a chemical called dopamine in the brain. And dopamine is the motivation chemical. So when you're more motivated, you'll pay attention. Your mind won't be all over the place. So we elevate dopamine levels with the stimulant drugs like Ritalin, Adderall, Dexedrine, and so on. I'll tell you more about dopamine in a few minutes. But what else elevates dopamine levels? Well, all the stimulants do. What are the stimulants? Cocaine, crystal meth, caffeine, nicotine. Which is to say that a significant minority of people that are used stimulants, illicit stimulants, you know what they're actually doing? They're self-medicating their ADHD. So I'm proposing to you that on one level, and we have to go deeper than that, but on one level, addictions are about self-medications. So if you look at alcoholics, in one study, 40% of male adult alcoholics met the diagnostic criteria for ADHD. Why? Because alcohol soothes the hyperactive brain. Cannabis does the same thing. And in studies of stimulant addicts, about 30% had ADHD prior to the drug use. Well, what else do people self-medicate? Well, somebody mentioned depression. So if you've been treated for depression, as I have been, and you were given an SSRI medication, Prozac, Paxil, Zoloft, Celexa, and so on, these medications elevate the level of another brain chemical called serotonin, which is implicated in mood regulation. What else elevates serotonin levels temporarily in the brain? Cocaine does. People use cocaine to self-medicate depression. People use alcohol and cannabis and opiates to self-medicate anxiety. Incidentally, people also use gambling or shopping to self-medicate because these activities also elevate dopamine levels in the brain. So one of the messages I'll be giving you is that there ain't no difference between one addiction and the other. They're just different targets, but the brain systems that are involved and the target chemicals are the same no matter what the addiction. So people self-medicate anxiety, depression. People self-medicate bipolar illness saliently with alcohol. People self-medicate post-traumatic stress disorder. When your veterans or ours come back from Afghanistan or the Middle East and they become opiate addicts, they're actually very often self-medicating post-traumatic stress disorder because it soothes the symptoms temporarily. So one way to understand addictions is that there's self-medications. That's important to understand because if you're working with people who are addicted, it's really important to know what's going on in their lives and what else they're, why they're doing this. So apart from the level of comfort and pain relief, there's usually something diagnosable that's there at the same time. And you have to pay attention to that. At least you have to talk about it. You might need to treat it. So that's on one level. But let's go deeper. So I've mentioned the opiates, which are derived from the opium plant, which comes from Afghanistan, where the production of opium has reached unprecedentedly high levels. I will refrain from making political comments, but that's what's going on, people. More opium is being produced now than ever before and hitting the international markets. And opiates have been used for thousands of years. They're the most powerful pain medications that we have. So Chinese medicine knew about opium back 2,000 years ago at least, maybe even before. So thank God for the opiates. When I was working in palliative care, I could be grateful every day because without the opiates, high doses of them, people would die in agony. But with the opiates, we can make them very comfortable. By the way, let me shatter a myth around addiction. This whole idea that drugs are addictive, they're not in themselves addictive. I gave high quantities of opiates to people when I needed to with terminal illness. But then if we found another way, let's say somebody had severe back pain because of a tumor deposit in their spine. So they needed sometimes, 1,000, 2,000 milligrams of morphine a day. That's a huge amount. 5 milligrams every 4 hours is what you get if you break your leg. 30 milligrams a day. I was giving multiples of that number. But then if you give that person a nerve block and the pain goes away, very quickly we could get them off their opiates and they were not addicted to it. And large-scale studies have shown that a lot of people can be given opiates for pain and they don't become addicted. Which means that the drugs in themselves are not addictive, are they? Well, let me ask you a question. Is alcohol addictive? Raise your hands if you think it is. Is alcohol addictive? Yeah? I know you're hesitating, right? Because... Well, it's not addictive, obviously, because raise your hand if you ever had a glass of wine in your life, or beer, okay? Now, keep your hand up if you had an alcohol problem in your life. Well, if it was addictive, you should all be alcohol addicts. In other words, no drug, no substance in itself is addictive. Most people who try most substances, even repeatedly, never become addicted to it. So you can talk about these highly addictive drugs like crack and crystal meth and all that. The vast majority of people who try them never become addicted to them. So we have to actually, when asked the question, is alcohol addictive, yes or no, you know what the answer is? Yes or no. That's what the answer is. When you ask, is shopping addictive, yes or no, the answer is yes or no. Is food addictive, yes or no. Is sexual acting out addictive, yes or no. The answer is yes or no. What we have to look at are the susceptibilities. What makes people prone to be addicted? Because the substance itself doesn't explain it. And therefore, to put the emphasis on simply trying to stop the flow of drugs, as if that's ever made any difference whatsoever, is by definition to waste a lot of resources and to create a lot of unnecessary pain. That's not where the answer is. So, the opiates, pain relief. But here's what you have to understand. They don't only relieve physical pain, they also relieve emotional pain. It turns out that the same part of the brain that experiences the suffering of physical pain also experiences the suffering of social rejection, for example. The sources and pathways of the pain are different, but the suffering is experienced in the same part of the brain where opiate receptors are abundantly present. And if you look at alcohol, it's a pain reliever. In fact, the old saying, when somebody drank too much, they used to say, he's feeling no pain. Cocaine is a local anesthetic. It numbs nerve endings. Cannabis has pain-relieving qualities, as we are beginning to find out. All the behaviors of addiction, whether they're substance-related or not, either directly soothe pain, emotional pain, or they distract from it. So my mantra, and if there's nothing else you remember from the day, is simply this. The first question in addiction is not why the addiction, but why the pain. And if you want to understand why people have pain, you got to look at their lives, not at their genes, not at their choices, but what actually happened to them. Well, why is it that the opiates even work in the human brain? I mean, it's a plant. Opium grows in Asia. Why is it so effective in our bodies and our brains? Well, for the simple reason, as many of you know, that we have receptors for them. Now, receptors are molecules on the surfaces of our cells that can receive a messenger molecule. So hormones are messenger molecules. Opiates are messenger molecules. Cocaine is a messenger molecule. And for the messenger to work, there has to be somebody to receive the message. You know, it's like you send a message out there, but there's no receiver, nobody's going to hear it. Well, we have receptors for tens of thousands of substances on every cell in our body, in the cell membrane. Tens of thousands of receptors, including we have opiate receptors. Now, why do we have receptors for a plant product that comes from Asia? Well, of course, as again, many of you know, the answer is that we don't. What we have receptors for are our own endogenous opiate-like substances, which are called endorphins. An endorphin simply means endogenous morphine-like substance. So the question is, so we have an endorphin system. Why do we have an endorphin system? Just so that we can get high on a Saturday night? Surely not. So nature is very efficient that way. It'll use the same substance for many different purposes. And so the endorphin system has many different roles. For example, if you have trivalose diarrhea, you're going to get an opiate because it slows the bowel down. Because the bowel has, the intestines have opiate receptors which help to modulate the motility of the bowel. If you go through opiate withdrawal, you'll have diarrhea for the same reason. So the opiates are active throughout the system, and they have multiple different roles. But in the brain, they have three major functions, which are crucial to understanding addictions. First, they relieve pain, physical and emotional pain. That's obvious. We've already talked about it. Pain, of course, is important in life because without pain, we just can't function. But also with too much pain, we can also not function. So we have to have pain relief. That's their first role. Their second role is that euphoria that you mentioned, that sense of pleasure and reward. It's the endorphins in abundance that give us that euphoric state, pleasure and a sense of reward. That's their second function. Their third function is the most important, the least appreciated. They actually make possible a dynamic without which human life is actually impossible. They are attachment chemicals. By attachment chemicals, I mean attachment between two human beings. Attachment is the drive to be close to somebody for the purpose of being taken care of or for the purpose of taking care of the other. That's the fundamental role of attachment. It's not the only role, but it's the fundamental one. The reason it's the fundamental one because the human infant is the most helpless, the most dependent, the least mature, the most vulnerable of any creature in the universe, and stays that way for the longest period of time compared to any other animal. So attachment relationships are actually the key dynamic in human life. Without attachment, there just is no life. Infant mice in the laboratory, when their endorphin receptors are knocked out genetically, so they have no endorphin activity, will not cry for their mothers on separation. Now, what would that mean in the wild state? It would mean their death. If they're isolated from mother and they don't call for mom, they're dead. So the endorphins are actually necessary for the very basic nurturing relationships in human life. Now, consider for a moment a human being who, for reasons we'll look at, comes to the conclusion, implicit conclusion, that without this particular chemical, I will not have a sense of pain relief, pleasure reward, or connection. How are you going to take that away from them? You're going to put a sign on the wall? Just say no. Just say no to pain relief. Say no to pleasure and reward. Say no to a sense of belonging and connection. A sex trade worker in Vancouver told me that the first time she did heroin, it felt like a warm, soft hug. She was encapsulating the biophysiology of addiction in that one sentence. That's the opiates. Now I mentioned the stimulants. The stimulants elevate dopamine levels. By the way, it's not like the opiates only elevate dopamine levels or only elevate endorphin levels. All the substances and all the behaviors of addiction go through the pleasure pathways, the pain relief pathways. They also go through the dopamine pathways. So you mustn't see them as strict divisions. I'm talking about the predominant effect. But really, all behaviors of addiction engage the same brain circuits as well, without any external substances. And all substances will trigger the dopamine and the endorphin and so on. But the stimulants primarily, or most directly, elevate dopamine levels. Now, dopamine is another crucial brain chemical without which life is not possible, because dopamine is the incentive motivation chemical. So without flow of dopamine, we're inert, inactive, lifeless, unmotivated, which means we don't live. So dopamine flows whenever you're exploring a novel object or a novel environment. Now think of the importance of dopamine in human evolution. Exploring novel objects, novel environments. Look at children when they begin life. They're full of dopamine activity. Exploring novel objects, they will put the whole world in their mouths. Novel environments. Dopamine flows when you're seeking food. Dopamine flows when you're seeking a sexual partner. So I got news for you. Sex addiction, for example, is not about sex, is it? It's about the seeking, isn't it? Because if it was about sex, all one sex addict would have to do is to find another one and be a partner for the rest of their lives. And I'm not making fun of the condition. It's very serious. But really, if sex was the issue, then sex would be the solution. But it isn't. It's that seeking, it's the hunt, it's the thrill, it's the getting the next one. As soon as you have this one, you need to go on to another one. Like with any addict, any addiction. Because that's where the dopamine comes from. So in my own shopping addiction days, it wasn't the objects that I was looking for. I didn't need any more of them. And as soon as I had one, I needed another one. It's not that I needed another one. I needed to have the experience of being excited and motivated and alive that the dopamine flow gave me. And I was never a substance addict, but I was a dopamine addict for sure. So imagine a human being then who comes to the conclusion, implicitly, that without this substance, I won't feel alive, motivated, excited, vital. How are you going to take that away from them? Make it illegal? Forbid it? Talk them out of it? Good luck. Now, I'll mention two other brain circuits implicated in addiction. One of the traits of ADHD is poor impulse regulation. So that kids with ADHD, they just can't stop themselves from acting out and blurting out. Or adults, myself, like whatever you want, you have to have it right away, and whether you need it or not. So impulse buying and all this. Well, there's a huge link between ADHD and addiction because they both involve dopamine, they both involve poor impulse regulation. And when it comes to addicts in general, they have poor impulse regulation. What is impulse regulation? Impulse regulation is very simple. Let's say I haven't had breakfast this morning, but I see My friend over there has got an apple sitting on the table. And I may feel like going over there and biting into the apple. That's the impulse. Maybe I'll do it. Getting nervous, okay. It's your apple, yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with the impulse. The problem would be if I acted it out. Because it's not my apple. And I'm in the middle of a talk right now, and you're not sitting here to watch me munch on an apple. So that's okay, because here, right here, and I'm pointing to it, is the orbitofrontal cortex, a part of my brain who's got many functions. One of them is impulse regulation. So the job of the cortex, of the gray matter, is not so much to initiate impulses, but to stop them. Let's say you're a man, a powerful man, who wants to grab another human being by a certain part of the body. I mean, guys will admit to having those impulses. But to act them out, that speaks to poor impulse regulation. Typical of ADHD. Typical also of addiction. When you do brain scans on drug addicts, the commonest brain finding is abnormality in that part of the brain that regulates impulses. So as somebody very astutely said about addiction, the problem in addiction is not lack of free will, but lack of a free won't. There's nothing to say no with. So that's the third major brain circuit involved in addiction. I mentioned the opiates, I mentioned the dopamine, incentive motivation, now impulse regulation. And then fourthly, if you look at your own experience with, by the way, it's very difficult these days to be in the world and not make comments on American politics. Well, simply because I believe what we're seeing on a national level is the acting out of terrible trauma. I've just never seen trauma expressed. Well, I have seen it, but I've not seen it in your country. Which is not totally true either. But not to this degree, let me put it that way. But in any case, if I asked you this question, if you had an addiction, you gave it up for a while, then you relapsed, what made you relapse usually? Who would say? Something stressful, right. So the problem with the addicts is they don't have stress regulation. Now stress is simply a reaction to a threat. We're meant to have stress. If I threaten you, you should be stressed, because if you're stressed, you have adrenaline and cortisol and more energy and stronger muscles and a faster heartbeat, more oxygen to your muscles. Your nervous system would be poised to alertness. That's great. But if you're constantly stressed, that's going to make you sick, and I'll talk to you about that this afternoon. So there has to be stress regulation, and there is a stress regulation circuitry in the brain that dampens the stress response. Addicts don't have that so well, so they use the addiction to regulate their stresses. So that one of the triggers for my own addictive behaviors would have been when I was stressed. And given how I lived my life, I stressed myself a lot, so I had lots of reasons to act out my addictions. So poor stress regulation then. So these are the circuits, not the only ones, but the major ones that are involved in addiction. So if you look at these circuits in the brain, and they have, the National Institute on Drug Abuse, Dr. Nora Volkoff, has done brilliant brain scans showing abnormality in all these areas. Therefore, you can say, you've got a brain disease here. There's only one problem with that hypothesis. It misses asking a basic question. How does the brain actually develop? What makes the brain the way it is? Now, one assumption is that it's your genes. Only that's not it's a false assumption. It's not actually the genes that make the brain. I'm going to read you now from an article that was published in the Journal of Pediatrics, which is the official journal of the American Pediatric Association. Sorry, the American Academy of Pediatrics. This is from the Harvard Center on the Developing Child. And this was published in 2012. And this article collates, brings together a lot of information that have been around for about 20 years. And here's what they say about brain development. So what you have to understand about the human brain is that most of the development occurs after birth. Compared to a horse, say, which can run on the first day of life, human beings can't muster that muscle control, coordination, visual acuity, balance, strength for a year and a half, 2 years. So the horse is 18 to 24 months ahead of us in terms of brain development, which we can't afford to be at that level before we're born, because then we would never be born. As you already know, those of you that have given birth here, the head is the biggest part of the body. And if anything gets stuck in the birth canal, it's going to be usually the head. So we can't afford to have larger heads, which means we have to be born with premature brains compared to other mammals, which means the first few years of life are crucial, years of brain development. And what is it that shapes the brain? I'm quoting from the Harvard article now from the Journal of Pediatrics, 2012. The architecture of the brain is constructed through an ongoing process that begins before birth, continues into adulthood, and establishes either a sturdy or a fragile foundation for all the health, learning, and behavior. And follow, they didn't say some of the health, learning, and behavior. They said all the health and learning. So it's a process that begins before birth. In my book, Addiction, in the Realm of Hungry Ghosts, in the appendix on prevention, I say that the prevention of addiction needs to begin at the first prenatal visit. Because the emotional states of the mother are affecting the neurological development of the infant. When the mothers are stressed, they have high levels of cortisol and adrenaline. That doesn't stop at the placental barrier. That gets transmitted to the baby through the umbilical cord. When the mother's stressed or anxious, we can measure the baby's heart response. And chronic stress on the mother will have negative effect on the infant. So that child will have abnormal stress hormone levels long after birth. Now he or she is at more risk for addiction. They'll have abnormal dopamine activity because stress reduces dopamine receptors. We can stress pregnant animals in the laboratory. Their offspring will be more likely to use alcohol and cocaine as adults to soothe themselves. So during intrauterine life already, we're dealing with the potentiation of health or the lack of it. I can also talk to you at length, but I'm not going to, about medicalized birth practices that actually interfere with the bonding between mother and child. I used to practice this, so I know what I'm talking about. Enough said. I'm going to go on to the next paragraph. It's the key one. The interactions of genes and experiences. And by the way, if I speak with some heat about these issues, it's not because I'm critical of your country or any other country. It's because when we know so much, when the evidence is in, when the science is clear, it is challenging to deal with a system that completely ignores human experience and human science and doesn't even debate these issues significantly. I mean, even the Surgeon General's report completely missed the long-established science of brain development. Astonishing. What I'm telling you here is not taught in any of the medical schools. And it's not even controversial. It's just that it's a swath of evidence that we ignore. So the next paragraph. The interactions of genes and experiences literally shapes the circuitry of the developing brain and is critically influenced by, so it's not genes, it's the interaction of genes and experiences. Genes are turned on and off by the environment. You can have two people with the same genes behave totally differently depending on whether those genes were turned on or off by the environment. Genes don't determine human behavior. They predispose, but they don't determine. You can have children, this has been shown in the States in studies, that children who may have certain genes that might predispose to addiction, if they're brought up in a good environment, the risk of addiction is no greater than that of other kids. Animals, the same thing. Genes don't determine addiction. It's complete nonsense, scientifically. And if you want to talk to me about that in your questions, I'll explain more about it. But I mean, I just assert for you right now that the assumptions that underline the genetic studies on addiction are so transparently shallow. You have to wonder, why is it that we keep clinging to that hypothesis? Why do we keep clinging to that hypothesis? Because it allows us not to look at society and family life and our own histories. That's why we keep clinging to those theories. I'm not getting to this paragraph, am I? The interactions of genes and experiences literally shapes the circuit of the developing brain and is critically influenced by the mutual responsiveness of adult-child relationships, particularly in the early childhood years. In other words, the key influence on the development of all these crucial brain circuits is what? The quality of parent-child relationships. I'm not talking about whether parents love their kids or not. It's not the issue. I'm talking about what is the state of mind of the parent. Is the parent able to be responsive to the child? Or is the parent too stressed because of their own trauma or social issues or economics or whatever it is? Are they too depressed, anxious, distracted? Their lifestyle, is it so harried and busy? These are the issues that define whether parents can be responsive to the child. And if they can't, that'll have a negative impact on the brain development because that interaction literally shapes the physiology of the brain. You know what I said? We're biopsychosocial creatures. Our brain development is determined by our emotional environment. Now, what do we find when we look at drug addicts? Specifically drug addicts, but any addict, actually. Well, in the downtown east side of Vancouver, in 12 years of work, having dealt with hundreds of addicted people, I never met a single female patient who had not been sexually abused as a child. If you work with addictions, hardcore addicts who are female, those who had not been sexually abused will be a minority. And sexual abuse shows up in how the brain looks 15, 20 years later. All the men I had dealt with in the downtown east side had been abused sexually or in other ways. The minority sexually, but in other ways for sure. That was my particular experience and observation. That would also be anybody's experience and observation if you ask the right questions. But we're not even trained to ask these questions. And it's astonishing to me how many addiction specialists never ask about any depth about what happened to you in childhood. It just doesn't come up. And yet these are the factors that shape the personality and the brain. Now, if you look at the large-scale studies, so I'll ask you a question now. Raise your hand if you're familiar with, not just have heard about, but are familiar with the adverse childhood experiences, the ACE studies. Okay, so we got about, do we have a fifth of the people here? Fifth to a quarter? Okay, good, thank you. Which, and you must hear this not as any kind of a criticism of you personally. It's an instant photograph of the system. Here I'm talking to an audience of people who work with addictions, who are committed to helping addicts. Or you may have your own issues yourselves. And you've never heard of the most important studies ever done. But that's the nature of the system. These studies were done in California. Adverse Childhood Experiences Studies, ACE. For God's sakes, look them up this evening. An adverse childhood experience is physical, sexual, or emotional abuse, violence in the family, a parent dying, a parent being addicted, a parent being mentally ill, a parent being jailed, neglect, a divorce. For each of these adverse childhood experiences, the risk of addiction goes up exponentially. They multiply each other, so that by the time a male child has 6 of them, his risk of becoming an injection-dependent substance addict is 4,600% greater than that of a child with no such experiences, a 46-fold increase. Why? A, these experiences interfere with the proper development of the brain. Obviously. B, they give you the emotional pain, discomfort with yourself, the emptiness that you're trying to escape. The title of my book, In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts. The hungry ghosts it's a Buddhist image of these creatures that have large empty bellies and small mouths and narrow gullets, and they can never fill themselves. They have to keep trying to get something from the outside, but they can never feel fulfilled. That's the addict. That sense of emptiness comes out of a childhood experience where emotionally you weren't satiated when you needed to be. When you have negative experiences as a child, there's a deep sense of shame. If you're sexually abused or otherwise abused, or just not paid attention to the way you needed to be, you're going to feel ashamed of yourself. Why? Because the child can only assume that there's something wrong with him or her. Children are narcissists. And I don't mean in a negative way. I mean, I'm just describing a reality. In a sense, they really believe fundamentally that it's all about them. So when something goes wrong, the assumption the child makes is that it's something wrong with me. So hence the shame. So there's a deep shame in addicts long before they were addicted. That shame is core. When you're treated that way early in life, the Buddha said that with our minds we create the world, which is true. The way you see the world is how you're going to act in the world. If you see the world as a benign place where, you can expect respect and human contact, you're going to be one way. If you believe that the world is a horrible place, you're going to act another way. And you're going to live in the world then based on that assumption. A man who said that the world is a horrible place is now the President of the United States because he had a horrible childhood. His father was a raging workaholic. His brother died of alcoholism. And this man learned that the world is a dangerous place. And that's where he's coming from. I'm not talking about politics here. I'm not talking about policies. You can agree or not agree with any political platform or any perspective or policy. I certainly am not in a position to, well, I am, but I'm not going to, comment on any of that. I'm talking about how the personality is formed and how it shows up in the world. And if you think that caregivers who are supposed to look after you don't, then what's going to be your attitude towards caregivers later on? One of suspicion and distrust. Why should it be any other way? So these are the impacts of trauma. I'm going to finish here by saying that I'm not saying that everybody who is traumatized becomes an addict. That's not true. But I am saying that everybody who's addicted was traumatized. If we understand that trauma does not have to be overt, so there's the big T trauma, such as these abuses that I mentioned, and statistically, they're highly present in the addicted population, particularly in the substance-addicted population, but also in sex addiction. Most women who are sex addicts were sexually abused as children. many people with eating disorders were sexually abused as children. But it doesn't have to be that, you see, because as the great British psychiatrist D.W. Winnicott pointed out, two things can go wrong in childhood. One is when things happen that shouldn't happen. But the other is when things don't happen that should happen. My children were not abused. Not that I was free of rage or acting out behaviors, but there was certainly no abuse in any meaningful sense of the word. But what was lacking is that responsiveness. Because I was a workaholic. Now, why was I a workaholic? Because in my infancy, as a Jewish infant under the Nazis in Hungary in 1944, I got the message that I wasn't wanted. Because under those conditions, my mother was so unhappy and stressed. I don't have to tell you the family history. You can imagine it. When the mother is unhappy and stressed, the infant believes, she doesn't want me. If she did, she'd be happy. And then, when I'm a year old, 72 years ago now, this month, she gave me to a total stranger in the street to save my life, thinking that she might not live. The message I got is I wasn't wanted. Now, if you're not wanted, a great way to deal with the sense of not being wanted is to go to medical school. Because now they're going to want you all the time. Except they're not going to want you. It's never satiating. Why is it not satiating? Because we have to be wanted for who we are, not for what we do. If we're only wanted for what we do, there's a nagging sense. If they really knew who I was, well, they don't really care about that. They just want what I can give them. But it's the next best thing. So if I can get wanted by going to bed with a lot of people, then that's what I'll do. Even though it doesn't satisfy that core need to be wanted, because that needs to be for the self, not for the body. So, hence the workaholism. At the time the beeper went, it was the validation that I was wanted, but of course it would never satiate. What message do my kids get when daddy's not around all the time? This is how we pass it on from one generation to the next. So it does not take overt trauma, but it does take emotional loss and pain in childhood. So for all these reasons, psychological and neurobiological, as modulated by the environment, this is how addictions develop. This is the essence of addiction. And in treating addiction, this is what they have to take on. It's not by accident that in both your country and in mine, the populations most addicted, most alcoholic, most despondent, most suicidal are who? The Aboriginal people, who you call the American Indians, we call First Nations peoples, who are so severely traumatized by history. It's not accidental. These are people that had substances here in North America, but they were never addicted. They were never addicted before the coming of the Caucasians and the trauma that befell them. In short, addiction is not a choice. It's not a genetic disease. And in some level, even though it acts like a disease, and it's useful to think of it that way, fundamentally, it's not a disease at all. It's a complex response. In fact, it's a very normal response to abnormal circumstances. And if we're going to help addicts, we have to get at the core of their pain and help them deal with it in different ways. That's what I was going to tell you in my introduction. So now there's lots of time. There's about half an hour for questions. Is that right, to 10:30? Is that correct?
Perfect.
Yeah, half an
Till
hour?
10:30.
Okay, and so we'll take half an hour of questions, and then we'll take a break. Okay, so all you have to do is raise your hand. And I haven't said anything about treatment. I've said nothing about harm reduction. Everything else is up for discussion. Okay, the mics are coming around.
How prevalent is
Where are you, sorry? Yes.
how prevalent is ADHD in the incarcerated population who are also
Okay.
suffering from addiction?
Well, it's very prevalent. According to studies in Sweden and elsewhere, there's a high preponderance of people with ADHD and other diagnosable childhood disorders in the addicted population, in the jail population. And so, these are the... do you mind if I borrow this book for a minute?
No, sure.
By the way, let me just talk to you for a minute about ADHD. They say about ADHD that it's another inheritable disorder. Absolute nonsense. If you look at ADHD, the hallmark of this is absent-mindedness, tuning out, just not being present, attention deficit. What is tuning out? Why do we have the capacity to tune out, do you think? Everybody's got it. We all do it. And in fact, you have to, because if you're going to listen to me, you can't be aware of the digestion going on in your intestines, or of your body sitting in the chair, or what you had for dinner last night, or which episode of Mad Men did you watch on Netflix last night. You have got to tune all that information out and just pay attention here. But tuning out has another purpose as well. What is that? It's what? It's not self-medication exactly, but you're on the right track. Regulated? In what sense? It's a coping mechanism. Here's the thing. Again, if I were to stress you right now, you'd have a number of options. One of them would be to escape. The other would be to fight back. The third one, given that there's 400 people here in the room with you, is to ask for help. But what if you couldn't escape, fight back, or seek help? Then what would you do if you were highly stressed by me? You know what you would do? Nothing. Your brain would do something. Your brain would tune out. It's a way of coping with stress. And from the same Harvard article, I'm going to read you something here. They say that growing scientific evidence demonstrates that social and physical environments that threaten human development because of scarcity, stress, or instability can lead to short-term physiologic and psychological adjustments that are necessary for immediate survival and adaptation, but which may come at a significant cost to long-term outcomes in learning, behavior, health, and longevity. In other words, the way that young children cope with stress helps them survive the immediate difficulty, but becomes source of health problems and learning problems later on. So coping mechanisms, so let's look at my infancy. Nazi occupation, my grandparents killed in Auschwitz. We're being threatened with deportation. My mother's terribly stressed. My father's away who knows where. I'm a terribly stressed infant, as you can imagine. How do I deal with it? By tuning out, by dissociating. When am I doing this? When my brain is developing. That gets wired into the brain. The reason you're seeing so much ADHD in our societies is simply because the parenting environment has become so stressed. Not because parents don't love their kids to try their best, but because of the stress in society that is affecting the brain development of our children. That's the only explanation. Genes don't explain the increase because genes don't change over 10 years or 30 years or even 100 years. What we've got is an impact. So I'm going to read you something. You asked about the jail population, and this is pertinent here. This is from a chapter of In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts. Detective Sergeant Paul Gillespie, head of Toronto's Sex Crimes Unit, rescued children from the purveyors of internet pornography. As the Globe and Mail newspaper reported on his retirement from police work, 6 years at that job had not inured him to the horrors he witnessed. Quote, Paul Gillespie still can't get used to the sounds of crying and pain in the graphic videos of children being raped and molested that he's seen all too often on the web. It's beyond horrible to listen to the soundtracks of these movies, said Canada's best-known child porn cop. But it's the silent images of desolate children that tear most at his heart. They're not screaming, just accepting, he said, of the infants captured in his pictures. They have dead eyes. You can tell that their spirit is broken. That's their life. There's 2 points to be made here. Number one, apropos your question about who's in jail, if the same compassionate policeman had, instead of quitting the force, transferred to the drug squad, who do you think he'd be chasing in the streets? The same children he couldn't rescue. Because according to all the social evidence, epidemiological data, brain developmental information, they're the kids who are going to become addicts. So here it is, we try and rescue kids, and when we fail to rescue them, we jail them. This is the criminal justice system. The other point is about those dead eyes. Those dead eyes, what are they? They're another defense. These children can't feel their emotions. They mustn't feel their emotions. It's too overwhelming for them. So they shut down their feelings. What happens when you shut down your feelings? Life becomes boring, uninteresting, without pleasure. Now you're going to have to find that qualities outside of yourself. One way to do it is through addictions. Okay, there were other questions. Lots of other questions. Please.
Are the effects of childhood trauma reversible or only treatable? And in either case, how do we help all the children of conflict, be it Sudan or Iraq or Syria, that are going to be going through the same issues?
Well, the answer is that it is reversible, but it takes resources, effort, understanding, goodwill, and a lot of patience. And this society just doesn't have that. And you know what? Where's the who asked the question? Where are you? Yeah. Well, thank you for the question. But you know what? As much as I appreciate the humanitarian concern behind your question, never mind the kids in Iraq and Syria. Kids in your neighborhood. The kids in your cities. The kids throughout your nation and mine. All the kids who, because of the stress on the parents and the social pressures, are actually being distorted in their development. Now those kids that you describe, it depends very much on the context. If they have strong families that are able to stay together somehow and nurture these kids, there's a lot of resilience there. But the more unstable the families become, the less the parents are able to protect and nurture, soothe, listen to, and be responsive to the children, the greater the risk of trauma. It's going to be a huge problem, and we're already seeing it. Like, we can talk about these terrorists that perpetrate violence, even at the risk and sometimes the cost of their own lives, as being driven by they're being driven by a crazy ideology. But actually, when you look at who they are individually, what drives them? What gives somebody that much rage and hatred? It's not a religion. It's personal experience and alienation and trauma. So it's predictable that we're going to see more of that stuff as those conflicts in the Middle East, which involve the whole world, of course, continue. Now, is it reversible? Yes, it is reversible. We know that from many, many examples, lots of studies. But again, it would take a lot of resources, a lot of patience, a lot of understanding. There was a psychologist called Marion Diamond, who at Berkeley in California in the 1980s studied rats. And they took rats at different ages, newborns, some of whom they deliberately brain damaged, adult, middle-aged, elderly rats, and they exposed these rats to different levels of environmental stimulation, better food, more playmates, toys to play with, and so on. They found after a couple of months that the rats at any age, including the brain-damaged rats, who had the better stimulation, they were smarter, they could get out of the maze more efficiently. But when they autopsied them, they also found that in the front part of the brain, they had larger nerve cells with more connection to other nerve cells and richer blood supply. In other words, that environmental stimulation actually caused a change in the state of the brain, even in the older rats. And that's called neuroplasticity, the capacity of the brain to develop new circuits. So the question, whether it comes to ADHD or other childhood disorders, and I could talk to you for a whole day just about these childhood disorders and how to understand them, but whether ADHD or childhood disorders or addiction or any other issue with adults as well, is if we recognize them not as ingrained, genetically determined diseases, but as problems of development, then the question becomes very different. Then the question becomes not just how do we treat the symptoms. And addiction itself is a symptom. Depression is a symptom. But how do we help these people develop out of those conditions? In other words, it's now not a medical question purely, but a developmental question. And development always requires the right environment. Now, if you're a gardener, you know that. If you're growing plants in your backyard, you know that if you want to encourage them to grow into healthy, functioning beings, botanical beings, you want to provide them with the right nurturing, the right nutrition, minerals, water, sunlight, and so on. So the real question that's behind your question is how do we provide the conditions for further development to people whose development was impaired with in the first place. Now we know how to do that. We're just not doing it.
Hi, thank you. You said you don't want to talk about politics. I'm going to see if I can get you to. Because of research I'm doing, I have the pleasure of talking to the author Carol Tavris. She's a social psychologist.
Okay.
She wrote the book Mistakes Were Made, But Not By Me.
Okay.
And it's a book about cognitive dissonance.
About?
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
So she will submit that somebody whose worldview is committed to the disease model or the choice model of addiction could come to a training like yours. You could have the most sound science you want, but if their worldview is already engulfed with understanding the model of choice, they'll leave even more convinced that they're right. So given that the people in this room, I think, want to make change, how do people, when we go to our respective jobs, environments, break through the dissonance of people who would argue with the science model?
Yeah. There's a real problem in that the higher you go in the system and the more authority you have, the less likely you are to be open to this information. In fact, the less likely even to hear it. Any medical doctors in the room? One? That's about typical. Maybe 2, 3. That's great. I'm so glad to see some colleagues here. But I'll tell you something. When I speak to physicians, it's interesting what happens. I present them with the same information, but I do it more scientifically. I quote more from the journals because you got to prove stuff, right? I don't get a lot of arguments. I don't get any enthusiasm either. What I get is kind of a stunned silence. And that's for a whole lot of reasons. But one of them is that when people are invested in a certain point of view, and their positions and work depends on that point of view, they're not going to want to change that point of view very quickly. And the same with administrators and policymakers and so on. I mean, if this perspective was accepted, the implications would be tremendous. When I say tremendous, I mean they'd be huge. If this point of view was accepted, you'd have to change everything. You'd have to change how we provide prenatal care. We'd have to change how we practice birthing on this continent. In my province, in the United States, the cesarean section rate is something like 32%. In my province of British Columbia, it's 37, 38%. It should be about 7 to 8% at the most. And we can show that cesarean birth interfere with natural hormones and bonding and so on. We'd have to, your country particularly, would have to change maternity leave policies. Women would be supported to stay home for a long time. If that's what they chose to do, they'd be supported in doing so. Legal policy would have to change. We couldn't be putting all these people in jail and punishing them for the fact that they're dealing with their suffering through substances that we arbitrarily decided should be illegal. The whole political discourse would have to change. I mean, you can see the implications. In institutions, people would have to think of long-term rather than short-term results. My short-term goal is to get you off this drug as soon as possible. And I got 5 visits to do it. Well, the long-term goal is that you should become a functioning, self-respecting human being. That's going to take time. So you see that I could go on and on and on, but there's kind of there's an inertia in the system. Not because people don't mean well, or they're not doing their best, just because, as you very aptly suggest, people don't change their perspective very easily. There's a very interesting study done on, I don't know if, I know that climate change is a Chinese hoax, according to, but those of you that don't believe that it's a Chinese hoax will be interested in this one. The study looked at climate change deniers, people that just don't accept it. The more educated they were, the more vociferous was their opposition to believing that there's climate change. You think that education is the answer? No, it isn't. If you've got a mindset that's in denial of reality, then the more intellectual prowess you develop, the stronger your denial will be. And why do people deny things? That goes back to the fact that they suffered as kids, and the only way they survived was to deny their reality. Now they're still stuck in denial. So bad things are not happening, folks. It's all good. So I don't have a very encouraging answer for you. And as to how you go back and work with this, I don't know what to tell you. You each have to find your own way. But take heart, at least, that sanity is on your side. Yeah, so just wherever the mic is.
Right here.
Yeah.
In your Hungry Ghost book, you were, I think, incredible in maintaining a biopsychosocial and I think a spiritual perspective.
So,
But let me ask this. The emotional depletion that people suffer from their development, and then the self-medication to soothe it, in my mind, it's an individualistic spiritual depletion.
Okay, and what do you mean by spiritual?
What do you have to
What do you mean? Fair enough. What do you mean by spiritual?
That the essence of being is emotion. That what makes something important is emotion. Either it's bad, good, or neutral and boring, right? So if you are suffering and helpless to change it, you find how to self-medicate. That works, leads to more problems. But your emotions, like Winnicott would say, they're still empty. So to me, that means there's a spiritual depletion of the individual. And I know spiritual is a weird word because of all the definitions, but I'm just curious what you have to say about that.
Okay, well, look, so, I appreciate your perspective. I don't quite look at it exactly the way you do, but we might overlap on many things. First of all, the essence of being is not emotion. The essence of being is being. Emotions are responses of the nervous system to particular stimuli. That's not being. That's just nervous system responses. We have to have emotions. Without emotions, we don't live, and we're not fully ourselves. But it's not emotions that create being or define being, number one. Number two, though, if spirituality to me means a deeper sense of yourself than your thoughts or your emotions, that there's something more essential about you than what you feel or what you think at any given moment. And that essential you is there regardless of what you think or feel. And the essence of trauma actually is a disconnection from that essential self. We become disconnected from ourselves in trauma. I can talk about that more later. The other aspect of spirituality for me is a sense of belonging. When you think about it, This is just obvious, trivial stuff. But not a single particle of any of us here, or this napkin, or this plate, or this thermos bottle, not a single particle is new. Everything that's in us, including the lungs that are breathing me and the vocal cords that I'm speaking through, every particle, every molecule, every atom of which is at least, every element, every bit of water, has been around forever. It just happens to be configured in this particular form for however many decades. But it's all part of a much bigger thing that's always been around and always will be around. So of course we're part of something much greater than we are. And this whole idea of division of me and you here and this nation versus that nation, it's an illusion on one level. So spirituality is also that sense of connection with something greater than yourself. Now people who are addicted, they lose that sense of connection. And that's where there's this spiritual depletion. Is where they start to think, as many of us do, that they're just, who they are is just their bodies and their thoughts and their emotions. But they don't perceive, how can they? When the world hurts you so badly, how can you imagine yourself as being part of the world? You see yourself as being an external, an outsider. And when people talk to you about God and all that, it just enrages you. Because what kind of a God would allow you to suffer like that? So this is where people lose out. So I agree with you, there's a spiritual depletion in addiction. Maybe I would formulate it a little bit differently than the way you would, that's all. Okay? But it also means that for a lot of people, spirituality of whatever form, and it may take religious forms or non-religious forms, but some kind of sense of belonging, connection to something greater than their little ego is an essential pathway back from addiction. That's the implication of where you and I would both agree. Okay.
Back here, Marty.
Hi, thank you for coming today.
So where are you? Okay, thank you, yeah.
I'm a family doctor, and with all of the physicals that we do for kids or adults, there's just all these lists of things that we have to do now to measure certain things quantitatively. But there's really not a sort of happiness factor. I've often thought about this when I'm talking with people. They can check all the boxes from a health standpoint, but they're not happy.
Yeah.
And also with kids, same thing. And I'm curious if there exists a screening tool. Obviously, there are changes that could help everybody. But if there exists a screening tool that would sort of better isolate some of those families and kids that are especially higher risk, whether it's trauma or death or suicide, but there is not really a tool, as far as I know, that we would do in a well child that exists that would pull people out that might be at higher risk for addiction.
Okay. Well, I'm not aware of any such screening tool, which does not mean that it doesn't exist. I'm just not aware of it. It's a really good question. It'd be a helpful implement to have. However, you can certainly do an ACE score on a kid, an ACE score. That'll tell you a lot about the risk they're at. And you can download your own ACE score. You can actually go online tonight and just download the ACE score. And you can fill it out with everybody you work with. You can fill it out on yourself. It takes 10 minutes. It'll tell you a lot. Secondly, I can tell you for sure that any child that's acting out is expressing unhappiness. And if you look at this phrase acting out itself, I mean, again, I'd love to talk to you for a whole day just about kids. But if you look at the phrase acting out, when I say acting out, what are you hearing? What do you hear when I say acting out?
Doing things causing destructive.
Destructive, causing trouble.
Whatever.
Right. That's not what it means. Okay? The phrase is very specific. It's a good English phrase. We act out when we don't have the words for something. So in a game of charades where you're not allowed to speak, what do you have to do? You have to act out. If you landed in a country where nobody spoke your language and you had to show that you were hungry, you'd have to act out. And what are kids acting out? They're acting out the deepest emotional pain and their needs. So when a kid is acting out, they're actually communicating. It's our job to interpret what is it that they're acting out, because they don't know. If they knew, they would tell you. They're acting out their fear, their loneliness, their sense of inferiority, their shame, their rage at not having their needs met, their disconnect from nurturing adults. These are what they're acting out. What we do is the same thing as we do with adults. When a kid acts out, we punish them for it. We try and change the behavior instead of understanding what underlies the behavior. Now, those who are interested in childhood issues, two of my books address that. One is the one on ADHD, and the other is called Hold On to Your Kids. And you've got to learn a lot about what kids are acting out these days. Okay, we have 5 more minutes before the break.
First of all, happy birthday.
Happy birthday?
Didn't you say your birthday was this month?
Birth month.
Right.
I've had my birthday, but thank you. You're 2 weeks late.
In going along with the theme of not a lot of people understanding what the ACE test is and so on and so forth, I was also curious to take one step further, and I'm wondering if you could speak for a minute about this concept of intergenerational trauma.
Intergenerational trauma. Well, sure. Well, here's the thing about trauma. There's a man called Mark Woolen who's written a book. He's a family constellation therapist. He's written a book, It Did Not Begin With You. And he's just stating a truism, that trauma is intergenerational. I've already mentioned it really. When I talked about my own trauma as an infant, then I talked about how I parented. I was now passing it on to my kids. When I was a workaholic, even if I didn't yell at them, which I did, imagine yelling at a 2-year-old. It's hard to believe now, but I did. But just the fact that I was a workaholic, which means the message I got was that other people are more important to me than you are. Other activities are more important. What message did I give them? That they weren't that important. It's that simple. So we pass on the trauma inevitably. So even parents who abuse their kids, it didn't begin with them. In fact, probably they love their kids. They're just behaving in ways that are acting out their own dynamics, which stems to their own childhoods, which understanding ought to remove any sense of blame from the conversation. There's no blame here. We're just pointing out how things are. Everybody actually does their best, Everybody's always doing their best. That just happened to be their best. But what their best is, I know that my wife and I, our best was constrained by the trauma that we both experienced as kids. And those parents that are fortunate enough to work it out before they have kids or while the kids are young, well, they won't pass it on so much. And those of us that didn't figure this out till later, we do pass it on. And it's also intergenerational in the physiological sense. I'm not going to go much into this, but the whole idea of epigenetics, which means that genes are turned on and off by the environment, so that, for example, the grandchildren of Holocaust survivors will still have elevated stress hormone levels because of certain biological changes that are not genetic, but they're passed on from one generation to the next. So both psychologically and biologically, trauma is passed on. This is why, but if we can, unless we intervene, unless we actually get it, unless we stop it, and maybe this is the last comment before the break, one therapist once said to me that if your parents gave you this much crap, and you give your kids only this much, you're doing a good job. I'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Abilities. So the person who's asking the question believes that somebody on methadone or Suboxone is prevented from going deeper. I don't agree. I think when somebody, first of all, there are some people that are on opioid that you can detox pretty quickly. There are some people that you have to maintain for a long time on methadone or Suboxone, which is certainly a step forward from having to shoot heroin in the back alley. But I've never found that somebody on opioid replacement therapy is incapable of doing deep personal work. In fact, I see it as a real opportunity. The methadone visit or the Suboxone visit should not be just about urine tests, which I think are 100% useless. Because I'm not going to take somebody off. If somebody's on Suboxone or methadone, and they find it heroin or cocaine in the urine, I'm not going to take them off their why would I? It's like saying that if you've got diabetes and you're on insulin, and you find sugar in your a sugar cube in your pocket, I'm going to cut you off your insulin. What sense are we making? In any case, I think those opioid replacement visits are great opportunities to engage the person. Now that you're not having to seek, now that you're not having to jones around town looking for your next hit, how about we talk about what's going on for you? What started it all and how you're handling it? So I don't see it as a contradiction, personally. There was another question about digital technology, which is highly addictive. Highly, highly addictive. It's addictive for a number of reasons. What drives it? What drives it is a sense of aloneness and loneliness and emptiness. You know, the automatic tendency to go online, to stay online. But there's something else. So I co-wrote a book called Hold On to Your Kids. This is about children, young people. The greatest need of young people, and this is pertinent to addiction as well. As I said, the most important dynamic in human life is attachment, which is the relationship with a caregiver or somebody that you're looking after. So children are wired for attachment. Children are absolutely wired for attachment. Their brains are wired for it. They can't help it. And the more immature you are, the more you need attachments. By definition. But there's nothing in the human brain that tells you who to attach to. There's no circuit in the brain that says you've got to attach to mom and dad. You're attached to mom and dad because that's who you see. You're attached to whoever's around. The duckling will attach to the mother duck, imprint on the mother duck, but if the mother duck is not there when he hatches, he'll attach to a dog or a horse or a mechanical toy. Because the brain is wired to attach, but nothing in the brain says, here's the person you've got to attach to. For the simple reason that attachments have to be transferable because mom and dad may disappear or die. And if you're only attached to them, you die. So attachments have to be transferable. It's in the nature of attachment of the immature brain, though, that it can't handle. Like if you're mature enough, you can handle not being with somebody or not being in a relationship with somebody. To the extent that you can't handle that shows your immaturity, the lack of maturity, the lack of maturation of yourself as an independent person. Young children, infants, adolescents, no such capacity. They're not meant to have that capacity. Because we have this drive to attach, we'll attach to whatever's around, whoever's around. Now in our society, from an early age on, the adults are no longer around. Now here's a fact about human beings. Human evolution has been going on for something like 6 million years. If evolution began over there at that wall, and we get to our present time at that wall over there, then until this far away, 2 inches away from that wall, we were parented and grew up in small band hunter-gatherer groupings, where children were always around the adults, and not just their parents, but all kinds of adults. So that children had multiple adult attachments. That's how human beings were meant to be parented. This is how we evolved. So even a nuclear family is an aberration. But wherever children were, they were always around the adults. And again, the adults were multiple: grandparents, uncles, aunts, neighbors. I read a book about pygmies last summer. And pygmies are interesting because they're the largest group until about a few decades ago, and their habitat and therefore their ways of life and culture is rapidly being expunged and destroyed. But until recently, they were the largest group that survived in the same state that they lived in 10,000, 15,000 years ago. So we could actually look at ourselves as we were until this long ago. I'll read you a paragraph from this book called The Forest People, which is about living with the pygmies. The flames from the fires flickered... Sorry, that's not it. The pygmies have learned from the animals around them to doze with their eyes open, and a sleepy midday camp can become filled in a minute with shouts and yells and tearful protestations as some baby, crawling around this warm, friendly world, crawls into a bed of hot ashes or over a column of army ants. In a moment, he'll be carried unceremoniously back to the safety of the hut. It does not matter which hut, because as far as the child is concerned, all adults are his parents or grandparents. They're all equally likely to slap him for doing wrong or fondle and feed him with delicacies. He knows his real mother and father, of course, and has a special affinity for them, and they for him. But from an early age, he learns that he's the child of them all, for they are all children of the forest. Now that's the natural state of human beings. Multiple adult attachments, absolute security. But because the immature brain can't handle what we call an attachment void, an absence of attachments, it has to fill it right away. Like the duckling will fill it with the toy, or the horse, which developmentally is a disaster because the horse cannot lead that duckling up to adult duckhood. Now our children are the same. So when they're not with us at an early age, there's a void in their brains which they have to fill with whoever's around. And in our culture, who's around for most of our kids most of the time? It's other kids. So our kids now transfer their attachments from us to other children. And they become peer attached. And therefore they become peer oriented, which means that they get their orientation, their sense of direction, how to be, how to walk, how to talk, what's important, what isn't, what music to listen to, what to look like, from one another. And to get the validation from one another. Now, that leads to a desperate looking for attachments because children cannot give each other unconditional loving acceptance. They can't do it, not because they're mean or bad, but because they're not mature enough to do that. And so that means that when they're with us, they're not comfortable anymore because we're not the primary attachments anymore. So they always have to be with their peers. What have we done? We've created technology that allows them now to be seeking each other even when they're not physically together. So the Facebook and the tweeting and the Instagramming and the emailing and the cell phoning and whatever else that goes on, these are all attachment dynamics. They're not about the technology. They're about a desperation for attachment, which is the most important dynamic in human life. So what do you have on Facebook? You have friends. That's an attachment phrase. What do people do on Facebook? They like you. Except it's not satiating, and anything that's not satiating is addictive. The reason it's not satiating is because when somebody likes you, they don't like you. They don't even know you. They like the image that you've presented. And the more it is a substitute for the real thing, the less satisfying it is, the more addictive it becomes. That's a major reason. In this book, Hold On to Your Kids, the last 2 chapters are about the digital thing. And I'm telling you, if I was raising kids these days, I would not let them near a screen until they're 8 years old. I would not let them any screen whatsoever. I'd let them play with mud and sticks and toys and with me and so on. Screens also deplete dopamine receptors. The more you look at a screen, the fewer dopamine receptors you're going to have. They're highly addictive. So for a lot of people, then there's the porn addiction, the online porn addiction. What is porn all about? Well, sexuality is meant to happen in a relationship. By definition. But relationships are vulnerable. And people who are hurt, they don't want to feel their vulnerability. So now they want sexuality and intimacy without vulnerability. So now you got a porn addiction. You need that charge, but you're not going to mess with a human being, a real human being, because that's way too vulnerable. And now we have these digital tools that can feed people's porn addiction. So it's a terrible, terrible thing, this digital world. And it's terrible not because in itself it's terrible. Obviously, it has tremendous, not just potential, but tremendous gifts to offer even now when it is employed by mature people for the right reasons. But give a lot of attachment hungry, emotionally empty, immature creatures, that technology, it's going to be used for the wrong purposes. And it's going to become very, very addictive. All right, questions?
Over here.
Yeah, over
here.
To the right. The right, is that way?
Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, Dr. Mate.
Yeah.
Just to go back to, or maybe to talk a bit more about potential treatment. There are some substances, plants really, that aren't physiologically harmful, that have been shown to help with treating the underlying causes of addiction.
You're talking about plants, are you?
Sorry?
Plants, you said?
Plants, yes.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
That have been shown to help with the underlying causes of addiction due to the way they interact with the mind.
Yeah.
Ironically, they're illegal, almost.
Naturally they are.
At least in this country and in Canada, and most of the developed world. I wonder if you have, if you could speak to that, both in terms of, you don't necessarily have to speak to the politics of it, but to their potential efficacy and how you feel about it.
So let me tell you something about an African plant, which is illegal in your country. It's said to have no valuable medical purpose whatsoever. You can't even study it. It's called iboga. Iboga is a root that grows in Gabon. It's been used for ceremonial purposes tribally for hundreds of years. Its extract, ibogaine, is a very powerful chemical. Give me an opioid addict who's been on heroin for 20 years, and this has to be done in a clinic setting where people really know what they're doing. But you give him ibogaine, he'll have no withdrawal in 24 hours. None. 5 days of ibogaine treatment, he's free of his opiate habit. Now you tell me anything that we have in the Western armamentarium that can come near doing that. It's illegal in your country. People that want to experience it have to go to Mexico to special clinics, and or there's a couple of clinics in Canada as well. It's called ibogaine, I-B-O-G-A-I-N-E. That's a plant. Now, is it a panacea? No, it isn't. Because a person comes off, does that mean that they'll stay off it? No, not unless they deal with all the stuff that made them addicted in the first place. So the work really begins, the work doesn't end with the ibogaine, it begins with it. But for some people, it also gives them visions and so on deep into their own souls, into their own psyches. And I've seen miracles with it. I've literally seen miracles with it. there's another plant called ayahuasca, Ayahuasca. It's become like a big thing. Even the New Yorker had an article about it back in September. I work with it. Ayahuasca is a plant that grows in the Amazon jungle, in Peru, in Ecuador, Colombia, and Brazil. And it doesn't have the physiological effects that ibogaine does, so it's not for opioid withdrawal. But it does give you powerful visions. Now, if you want to see a film about my work with ayahuasca, just go on YouTube and put in The Jungle Prescription, which is a documentary made by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation on my work with the plant and addictions. Now, what ayahuasca does, I lead retreats with it. And it's like 10 years of psychotherapy in 7 days. Because it's a psychedelic, and I don't know if you know what psychedelic means. Psychedelic really means manifesting or lighting up the mind. So it brings up material that's been repressed for a long time. So the kind of stuff that you have no access to. I've seen people heal from physical diseases. You wouldn't believe the stories, but I'm not even going to tell you right now. But it's not that the substance heals the person, it's that the person develops such self-awareness and self-knowledge that that's what's healing. The changes just changes them. In terms of addiction, it can reveal your deepest pain that you've been running from all your life. But imagine if you could experience your deepest pain that you experienced as a child, but now you're doing so with the consciousness of an adult in a supportive, nurturing context. You actually can learn that you can deal with that pain. You don't have to keep running. And what if in the process you also experience what my friend there called your essential self, your essence, all the love and the peace and the joy that's inside you. The plant can show you that as well. So I'm leading a retreat in a couple of weeks. I do it twice a year. And in Brazil, where the plant is not illegal, they use it in prisons to help prisoners. We don't know anything about it. So none of these are panaceas. You know, there are no panaceas. And I don't want to over-romanticize or exaggerate. But the transformative effects of these experiences are really profound for a lot of people. And that's why I continue to work with it. And so whether it's for behavior addictions, sexual addiction, you know, eating, and so on, or just depression, anxiety, almost anything. Not to mention spiritual exploration. The plants can offer a lot, which is only to say that and right here in North America, you have, of course, the peyote experience. Very similar. And now, who the hell are we, with our arrogant Western minds, to dismiss the traditions and practices and experience of indigenous people as if somehow we were experts? We have so much to learn. So that's what I would say in response to your question. And, this is increasingly being recognized, a lot more literature about it these days, and a lot of people are interested, simply because the answers that we have are so limited. Now, the problem, of course, is that these are expensive things to do, especially because they're illegality, but, an ibogaine treatment would cost somebody in Vancouver $5,000 a week for that week. Now, that's maybe not as much as you'd spend in a high-end addiction center, but at the same time, many of the people that most need it can't possibly afford it. Okay, other questions?
I'm wondering if you could address the tenets of effective treatment models, and specifically if you could speak to the models that incorporate financial incentives or rewards for behaviors that we're trying to encourage.
Where are you? I'm just trying to look at you. Back there. So you're talking about financial rewards for behavioral goals? Are you aware of any such models that are successful?
I'm aware of research that's being done, including for people who have overweight, food
Financial
addictions,
reward? And what are they finding?
I'm not a researcher, actually. I was hoping you could speak to it. I'm in primary care.
I'll speak to her, right? So first of all, I mentioned the adverse childhood experiences studies. You know how they got started? Dr. Vincent Felitti, who's in San Diego, he's an internal medicine specialist, was working at a clinic for obesity. And they found that they could help people lose weight with rigorous weight control and dietary control and exercise. What do you suppose they couldn't do? They couldn't help them keep off the weight. And then he did something extraordinary for a medical doctor. He actually listened to his patients. And they told him, listen, don't you realize we're stuffing our pain? These people are all being abused. The epidemic of obesity in this country is an epidemic of stress. People are eating to soothe their stresses. Now, in other words, any program that does not address the original pain that the person is trying to soothe, I think is doomed in the long term, number one. Number two, there's another reason why it's going to fail. Now, they've done studies with kids with magic markers. And you get kids to play with magic markers, and some of them you pay to play with the magic markers, and others you don't pay them. They just are given them, they ought to play with it. What do you suppose happens when they stop rewarding the kids, the group that was being rewarded? Are they going to continue to play with the magic markers? They're not. The ones that you didn't pay, didn't reward, they continue to play with them. With college students, they've done studies where you, again, monitor reward to play a certain game, and another group was just taught the game, but they weren't given a reward. The message over and over again is when you stop to pay, they stop to play. Now, why do you suppose that is? Here's why it is. Okay? I'm going to get you to stand up if that's okay. Just going to participate in an experiment with me for a minute. Okay? I'm just going to ask you to put your hand out like this. Okay? What do you do as soon as I push on you? Push back. You push back, and the harder I push, the harder you push back. By the way, thank you. That's all you need. When we talk about oppositionality in kids, we're so stupid. Oppositionality, there's no such thing as oppositional defiant disorder. It doesn't exist. Why doesn't it exist? If I broke my foot right now, or if my foot was broken, there was a crack in one of my metatarsals, would it make any difference to me whether I was here in the room by myself or whether all the rest of you here with me? Would the foot be less broken whether I was alone or not? Wouldn't make any difference at all. But could I oppose somebody if there was nobody here? If you don't know what I mean, go home tonight, lock yourself into a room, make sure you're totally on your own, and oppose somebody. And if you manage to pull it off, for God's sakes, put it on YouTube. In other words, oppositionality by definition implies a relationship. It implies a relationship. Why aren't we looking at the relationship that engenders the oppositionality rather than looking at the kid as if they had a problem? Now, this dynamic that you demonstrated, pushing back when there's a force upon you, is a natural human dynamic that my brilliant psychologist friend, who's the main author of the book I mentioned, Hold On to Your Kids, he calls that counter-will. Gordon Neufeld, his name is. He calls that counter-will. Counter-will is the automatic resistance to any sense of coercion, physical or emotional. We have counter-will because it's necessary to make us independent people. It shows up at age 1.5 when we start saying what? No. And what that no means is, I'm going to be my own person. Your will is so much stronger than mine. If I'm going to develop my will, I'm going to say no to yours, for God's sakes. Otherwise, how am I going to become an independent, self-directed person who knows what I want and what I don't want? That's why I'm saying no, Mom and Dad. And Mom and Dad freak out, and they put on more pressure. Guess what? You put on more pressure, what's going to happen? More resistance. And there you have the opposition-defiant kids. Just kids who are not well connected to adults, who've been pushed on too much. And we're diagnosing them. We should be diagnosing ourselves. Now, this is also true for rewards. Because in a reward, what's the implication in reward? As soon as I reward you, well, figure this one out, okay? Let's say you go home tonight and you say to your partner, spouse, I don't care what gender or what's going on, but just, whoever your partner or spouse is, you say to them, I'm really, or no, they said to you. No, you said to them. Oh, yeah, it's good. You said to them, I see that you're really hungry and tired and stressed right now. Never mind, I'm not going to go with this one. It's very simply this. When you're rewarding somebody for a behavior, the implication is that you want them to do it more than they want to do it themselves. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to reward them. In other contexts, what do we call that? Officer, you're trying to give me a ticket, and I know that you have, but I'd like to reward you for not giving me a ticket. We call it bribery. So when we give stars on the fridge to kids and chocolate bars, or to adults, we pay them to do something for themselves. It means I want them to do this more than you want to do it yourself. You're going to get the counter will. You stop to pay, they stop to play. That's what I predict in the long term. It's been shown many times because of this dynamic of counter will, which is an obvious human dynamic that we just don't see it. And that's why coercion has no place, as far as I'm concerned, in addiction treatment. Even if you show me successful examples, actually overall, it's going to do more harm than good. And by coercion, I mean that kind of bribery as well. The impetus has to come from within. Okay?
Hi, Dr. Maté. Thank you very much for your talk. I'm also a physician. I'll spare you what trauma's led to my career choice, but and I self-define myself as a critical psychiatrist, and am very much on board.
Would you just mind speaking closer to the mic?
Yes.
Yeah, it's better, yeah.
A critical psychiatrist, and been outspoken about the critique of the medicalization of so much of human suffering. And one of the things that I'm trying to make sense of in your talk today is that even though you talk about the problems with sort of the limitations of the medical model and talking about addiction, you've referred a number of times to ADHD. And when you describe it, you still describe it in terms of, responses to trauma, but using it as a label, which I think risks reifying it and having people lose agency and leading to a vast marketing of stimulants in ways that I don't think that we've reckoned with. I mean, my obligation as a doctor these days is to do no harm, and I'm very concerned about the harm that we've done in this sort of mass marketing of that disorder. I was wondering what your comments were about that.
Well, fair enough. So what I say to that is that these diagnoses, they're not explanations for anything. So when I say somebody exhibits ADHD, I'm not explaining anything about them. I'm just describing certain patterns of behavior. Now, I know the condition from within. Restlessness, difficulty paying attention when I'm not highly motivated, disorganization. I forgot I've been, no kidding, I arrived here last night and somebody said, welcome back. I said, you might have been here before. That's one of the features of my ADD functioning. So when I was diagnosed, I actually found it helpful as a kind of way of looking at myself. But it didn't explain anything, it described it. But at least it moved it from the realm of just my general craziness and insufficiency to some recognizable entity. The problem is not so much, oppositional defiant disorder, even though I just said it didn't exist, it does describe something. It describes a certain patterns or tendencies to behave in certain ways. So the problem is not in the description. When I say somebody's got depression, I still haven't explained anything. I've just described that they have low mood, maybe suicidal, maybe they isolate, maybe they overeat or undereat or sleep too much or sleep too little. But I haven't explained anything. So I fully appreciate the dilemma that you're posing here, and you're totally right in how this is used to medicalize and pharmacologize the population. But for me, that's not what the problem lies. The problem lies is that not so much that we come to these diagnoses, but that we now think that we've explained anything. If we actually understood that every single psychiatric diagnosis, so-called, is actually a manifestation of trauma, every single one, whether it's depression, psychosis, ADHD, I don't care, anxiety, there's some childhood imprint that's actually being acted out. And if our attempt was to deal with those underlying causes rather than the particular manifestations of them only, then there'd be nothing wrong with using these particular descriptions. So I agree with you, but I still find it helpful, as long as I don't make the mistake of thinking that I think he's that way because he's got ADHD. No, he's not that way because he's got ADHD. He's that way because he's hurt. And I need to help him overcome that hurt, or get more into the present moment, or become more self-aware, you know. And by the way, I mean, I'm not in principle against medications either, you know, and probably you're not either. I've taken stimulants, they've helped me. I've taken antidepressants, they help me. I never want to take any of them ever again. I don't like how they make me feel anymore, which must mean that I've changed in a positive way. But that doesn't mean they don't have a place sometimes. The problem is, most of psychiatry, as you well know, that's where it stops. That label, and then that drug, and that's it. That would be my comment. Okay, fair enough? Okay, thank you. By the way, when you went to medical school, how often did you hear the word trauma? Yeah, well, I bet you didn't hear it at all. I sure didn't. I mean, this is what's the amazing thing is, not only in medical schools do they not, or in educational faculties for that matter, do they not talk about brain development, the word trauma is never even mentioned. They don't even talk about it. So how would then professionals like teachers and psychologists and doctors deal with these issues if they're not even aware of the concept? All right, other questions?
Question over here, behind you.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me ask this question. It's so wonderful to be here today. I think that this is such a key issue of our time. And I so appreciate the comprehension and the comprehensiveness of your approach. It's profound. And I so appreciate the attention to attachment and trauma. And I think there are a handful of treatment modalities that do address the exiled or the unconscious material that's holding the trauma. There is an AEDP format, which is a complete attachment training. There's a woman in New York City, Diana Fosha, that does fabulous trainings. There are others I'm not going to mention. There's internal family systems therapy, and some of you are trained in that. And the complete work in that is a very focused, compassion-building process. It's an experience. It's a physical, emotional, spiritual experience for people to go on a journey without the ayahuasca, without any other medicines that I think is profound and powerful, and I hope people educate themselves about it. I think we do have tools. I think the people in this room want tools, and that's a wonderful thing that we're all here, and I'm so glad that you're presenting today.
So that is called, what is that?
Internal Family Systems Therapy.
Internal Family Systems, okay.
And the developer's name is Richard Schwartz.
And is that somehow I'm just trying to suss out the meaning from the title. Does that mean that we internalize the family system somehow and we carry it within?
It actually denotes where he came from, but there is a lot about historical, intergenerational trauma and legacy.
So it's internal family systems therapy?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's great. So that's one. I hadn't heard about that one. There is family constellations therapy. You know, there are many modalities, and it's great as long as they address the on some way, whether they call it trauma or not, as long as they address the trauma and the multi-generational nature of it. So it's not personal to anybody. There are other treatment modalities. There is body-based therapy, like somatic experiencing, developed by Peter Levine. There's EMDR that have been, in well-controlled studies, has been shown to help with trauma. I think the more comprehensive and the more multi-generational and the more impersonal, in the sense of not making it just about the individual, the therapies are, the more effective they're going to be. But the real issue is to be aware of trauma and how it shows up in so many different ways. You know, I said that, in fact, I actually believe that all psychiatric diagnoses, thank you for your comment, I actually believe that all psychiatric diagnoses begin as coping mechanisms. Remember I told you about, I read you that quote about how children deal with early stress by mechanisms that help them endure that stress, but they become source of pathology later on. Think even of depression. You think, oh, how could depression be a coping mechanism? But it very obviously is. What does it mean to depress something? You're pushing it down. Now, when would it be adaptive to push down your emotions? When might it be adaptive to do that? Sorry? When you can't handle them and when there's nobody around to hold them with you. An infant is going to have all kinds of emotions as long as there's a holding environment that can respond. Then it's okay for the child to feel emotional pain or anxiety, because that'll be held and shared by a nurturing adult who is not anxious and in emotional pain themselves. Therefore, they can regulate the child's unregulated brain circuits. And so infants need adults to regulate their emotional circuits. When that holding does not take place, then, or worse, when the adults are, for their own traumatic reasons, hostile to the child's emotions, particularly, say, the child's anger, the child who has to maintain the attachment relationship will necessarily push down those emotions. And then 20 years later, get diagnosed with depression. But it began as a coping mechanism. Not to mention that early stress actually affects the serotonin circuitry of the brain. Intrauterine stress affects the serotonin. So, you know, again, whether we're looking at the psychology of it or the biology of it, it all goes back to early days. So I'm saying that if we recognize that all dysfunctional behaviors and psychiatric manifestations actually reflect trauma, and I'm hardly the first one to say this. Judith Lewis Herman, who's a Harvard psychologist, wrote a book in 1995 called Trauma and Recovery, in which she said there's only one psychiatric diagnosis: complex post-traumatic stress. She was a bit narrow in how she framed it. She was talking about the victim specifically of abuse. She wasn't looking at the larger attachment issues. And she also didn't quite seem to get that the perpetrators are as traumatized as the victims. Nevertheless, what she pointed to was absolutely brilliant, which is that in all these manifestations, we're looking at some core traumatic experience. So as long as you understand that in how you deal with people. Now let me just say a bit more about how do we approach people then. So I'll tell you the story that I frequently tell. I'm 73 now. When I was young and stupid at age 71, I arrived home from a speaking trip, and into Philadelphia actually, and it went really well, and I was well received. And on the way back, the airline bumped me up to first class. I couldn't have been happier. And I thought, my God, you know how you think when you finally got something, you got it. I finally arrived. It's all okay now. It's going to be okay. You've been there? So that's the state in which I arrived back in Vancouver. And my wife, Ray, is meant to pick me up at the airport. But when I land, there's a text that says, I'm still at home. Do you still want me to come? my response is a terse, never mind. And I have to undergo the indignity of taking a cab all the way home, 15, 20 minutes from the airport. When I get in the house, I barely look at her. I don't want to speak to her. What do you think is going on? She abandoned me, right? Right. No, she didn't. She just couldn't stop working on her next painting. She didn't look at her watch. All that happened was is that she didn't pick me up. But what gets triggered? I'm talking about something called implicit memory now. So recollection, where you can recall something, the episode or the event, that takes the activity of a part of the brain called the hippocampus, which does not begin to develop till a year and a half. That's why most of us have no recollection before 4 or 5 years. Most of us don't. But implicit memory, which is the emotional imprints of early experiences, even in the last trimester of pregnancy, they're imprinted in the brain. So when a woman who I'm relying on for physical and emotional support and attachment doesn't show up, I'm not a 71-year-old who says, oh, gee, too bad, I'll see you in 15 minutes. I'm a 1-year-old infant whose mother gave me to a stranger. And I have the same rage and detachment dynamic that a 1-year-old would have, because what kids do on separation is they detach as a way of protecting themselves from further hurt. So that then becomes my pattern. Now, in the past, it would have taken days or weeks of severe strain and difficulty to climb my way out of that one. Thank God it only took a day this time. And right now it takes even less. But that doesn't mean it doesn't get triggered. Now these are implicit memories, and they govern our lives. And maybe this afternoon I'll show you how. But what are the implicit memories of addicts? I'm talking about now their implicit relationship to caregivers. What they learned early in life, that caregivers are unavailable, unreliable, and possibly even dangerous. When they come to you, and you're the caregiver, you think they trust you? Right away? But more than that, let's say you've had a bad day, and you're angry about something. You're terse and you're tense and you're rigid. What's that going to trigger for them? So it is not that you will not have days like that. You will have days like that. I've had days like that. And on those days I wondered, what's wrong with everybody today? How come everybody today is so uptight? They're uptight because I have to need a doctor with all the power in my hand to give them or not give them their prescription. And I'm triggering in them their worst fears of authority figures just by how I'm showing up that day. Never mind that I've been a good physician to them for a year, but today I'm being somebody who's maybe dangerous. In other words, the most important work and then there's one more thing I want to say to you. Anybody who's drawn into addiction work, like me, that includes everybody in this room, whatever the motives that you think you have, whether they're to help people, to alleviate suffering, that's all great and it's all genuine and true. But underneath it all, there's something else as well, which is that you got your own stuff. There's something about the energy of these people that draws you like a magnet, because it's within you as well. And so that the most important work you're ever going to do in this field is with yourself. Because if people were hurt in relationship in the first place, it means they're going to heal in relationship. And you're an important part of their world. So if we're going to give them healing of relationships in which they have a chance to drop their defenses against vulnerability, drop their hardness, and open up and feel what's underneath all that, they're going to have to feel very safe with you. And to feel safe with you, you need to be aware of what you're carrying yourself and how you're managing yourself. And that means doing that internal work and looking after yourself as well. All right, there's a question right here, but where's the mic now? Mics? Yeah, right here, please. Thank you. By the way, Denise, are you around? What time does this session finish?
Right about now. Let's have this be the last question.
Okay, sure. Thank you. All right.
Thank you for being here and the work you do. We're talking a lot about individual and
Can you speak into the mic?
Yes. Sorry. Thank
okay.
you.
Yeah.
So we're talking a lot about individual and family trauma, but trauma is so much bigger than that. How do we start talking about the social traumas and acknowledging the fact that the very systems put in place to deal with these things are based in racism and sexism and oppression, and what do we do about that? We can't solve, I mean, we can keep tackling an endless stream of these individual traumas, but what about the bigger social pieces?
Yeah. Well, look, in your last election, you had two traumatized candidates. Not one, two. The one I already talked about with the narcissism, the grandiosity, the sense of inferiority, that is to saying how great he is all the time, and his ADHD. Absolute classic cases. And I mentioned this trauma. Your other candidate had pneumonia, and she didn't tell anybody. She nearly collapsed. In fact, she was collapsing and had to be caught up by her Secret Service people and supported. And that was thought to be an act of bravery and self-sacrifice. No. It was the act of a desperately driven person. How do we know? Because at the Democratic Convention, when she was nominated, there was a film, a video played of her life, narrated by Morgan Freeman, the actor. Anybody hear that one? Saw it? Well, a little vignette that's absolutely telling and essential to understand that personality. 4-year-old Hillary, and this story comes from her, runs into her home where she's frightened and upset because neighborhood kids are threatening and bullying her. 4 years old. And her mom says, "There are no room for cowards in this house. Now you get out there and figure out what to do about those kids." And this is presented as a wonderful example of character building. And this is watched by a whole nation. I've seen nobody comment on it. Nobody commented on this. What is the actual message to the 4-year-old? There's no room for your vulnerability in this house. You're on your own. You got a problem, suck it up. Develop this persona behind you, which you hide your vulnerability. So you had two traumatized candidates. What kind of a society throws up two traumatized candidates to vie for the absolute leadership of that society? A society in which trauma is as common as apple pie. In which people are totally disconnected from their gut feelings. Like, again, I'm not talking about politics, particularly. I'm not talking about policies. I'm not telling you who you should vote for. I'm talking about the human dynamics here. Donald Trump says the other day that I won the popular vote. It's only that millions of illegal immigrants voted illicitly, and that's why it didn't show up in the actual vote count. Everybody accused him of lying. He was not lying. He believes it. It's too stupid a lie to tell if you know it's not to be true. He's not that stupid. He actually believes it. Why? Because he's so hurt that he cannot abide the possibility that people don't like him. If you're in touch with your gut feelings, you will know that there's something not right here. But in the essence of trauma is disconnection from ourselves, including from our gut feelings. I'll be saying more about that this afternoon. So what you're talking about is a society in which racism and you know, the articles, you know, the New York Times, last 3 days, black women with cervical cancer, much higher chance of dying from it. Black men much more likely to have high blood pressure in this society. And the politics and the emotional unintelligence of people is all a reflection of trauma. And I don't have an answer for you. The only thing I can tell you is to ask you, when you ask your question, how do you feel about what you said?
I mean,
Mike, hold the mic.
I feel a lot of things. I think I feel overwhelmed. I think I feel...
Okay, overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by a problem that's too big for you, is that it?
Overwhelmed by a... Yeah, kind of.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you tap into that sense of overwhelm internally, if you drop the particular subject on which it's crystallizing right now, but just tap into the sense of overwhelm, how new is that to you?
Not very.
How far does it go back?
I don't know that I have a memory that doesn't include and incorporate
Exactly.
that.
Exactly. In other words, you're still living out of a childhood dynamic. Okay, and from that position, you ain't going to do anything about this society. So I don't know what to tell you what to do. I do what I do. You can do what you do. I have political points of view. I do what, you know. But as long as we're coming from that childhood overwhelm, we can't do anything. And when you're no longer coming from that, you'll figure out what to do. You might not be able to change the whole thing all by yourself, but you'll be very active and you'll be very effective in what you do. And it's not up to you. You can't change the world. You can, however, do what you can to effect change, but to do so effectively, you have to deal with where you're coming from. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's not a criticism of you. It's just I'm saying that in order to even answer your own question, you're going to have to deal with this chronic overwhelm that goes back way before you were aware of politics. Fair enough?
Fair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll see you in an hour. All right, so this afternoon's talk, I'm switching gears somewhat, although you see very much that I'm still dealing with phenomena that arise for similar reasons. They just, you know what I said, that it all goes back to childhood experience and childhood trauma. And I'm going to define trauma for you. I haven't yet, actually. I've talked about trauma, but I haven't defined it. And I'm still coming from the perspective that we're biopsychosocial creatures, and that disease, whether it takes the form of mental illness, addiction, or physical affliction, physical illness, originate in trauma. And I'm talking about cancer, I'm talking about rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, ALS, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease, chronic asthma, psoriasis, chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, any scleroderma, any chronic condition. I'm just going to deal with something here. Somebody read me a note saying about you can't oppose somebody when you're all alone. And this person says that we do that all the time, we oppose ourselves. I'm not getting into the dynamics of that. All I'm saying is that if somebody is opposing themselves, if that is true, they're not going to be seen as oppositional. That may happen, that there's a conflict internally, but the external world would not see them as oppositional. So when I talk about oppositionality, and even the person who opposes themselves, it reflects trauma. Because actually, what is trauma? So trauma is not what happens. Trauma is not the fact that you're sexually abused or beaten or your parents didn't listen to you. That's not trauma. Trauma is what happens. Trauma is not a tsunami. Trauma is not a war that you witnessed or suffered from. Trauma is what happens internally as a result of those external triggers. And the essence of trauma is really, the impacts, I've already talked about them, brain, shame, emotional pain and all that. But the essence of it, and you'll hear this in this talk, is when you're traumatized, like let's say I was beaten in the parking lot of this hotel. I might suffer physical injury and upset, but that doesn't mean I was traumatized. I would be traumatized only if, coming out of it, my future behavior was restricted. If I developed a more restricted, fearful view of the world. If I developed a more deficient sense of myself. If I couldn't be in the present moment because I was always somehow stuck in the fear and pain of the past, then I'd be traumatized. So trauma essentially is an inability to be fully present, but to be restricted by under the impact of the past. I'm not talking about learning from the past. We all have to learn. I'm talking about actually being restricted by it. So once you're traumatized, your range of responses to the world narrow. And the more traumatized you are, the more stereotypical, the more programmed, the more automatic your reactions are. To the point where you're almost like a sea anemone. When you touch it, it just closes up. So trauma is that restriction of response ability, the ability to respond with flexibility. That's what trauma is. And the other aspect of trauma is a disconnection from the self. And how that shows up, I'll be talking about just now. But disconnection from the self is not a vague, romanticized notion of the self. It literally means a disconnection. So let me ask you this question now. I'll ask it again later. But how many of you had the experience of having a strong gut feeling about something and ignoring it and then being sorry afterwards? Raise your hand if you've had that experience. Okay. Now, when I say disconnect from the self, I'm talking about the gut feelings. Because you remember I mentioned evolution, how it begins over there and brings us to the present time, an inch away from that wall over there. Out there in nature, how long would you survive if you're not connected to your gut feelings? So that not listening to it, the ignoring it or the denying it, or worse, not even feeling it, that's trauma. That's a disconnection from the self on a very deep physiological level. So, in 20 years of family practice and 7 years of palliative care work, I should say it was 27 years of family practice, along with 7 years of palliative care work, I found that people who got sick or who didn't wasn't random. That the people who developed illness had certain features. And as a family physician, and by the way, somebody asked me today, how do you deal with all the suffering in the world of addiction and not go home and be depleted by that? That's what they call compassion fatigue. And I'm going to suggest to you that there's no such thing as compassion fatigue. Nobody ever gets fatigued by being compassionate. So what we call compassion fatigue represents something else. And it's that something else that I'm talking about right now. The most dramatic manifestation of that something else that I'm talking about is physical illness. As a family physician, of course, you have a privilege that the specialist doesn't have, because you get to know people before they're sick. You also get to see their family backgrounds. A specialist, once they see somebody, they're already ill. She's got no idea what this patient was like, what the patterns were in their lives. They're not trained to ask these questions. I mean, let's just do a check here. How many have been to a medical specialist of any kind in the last 5 years? Any kind, I don't care. Okay, now, thank you. Now raise your hand if the cardiologist, respirologist, neurologist, gastroenterologist, dermatologist, any kind of ologist, ask you anything about your childhood emotional experience. Just raise your hand. Okay? Look around. How many of you asked if you were ever traumatized? How many of you were asked about what your present relationships are like with your family or spouses? Now we're getting a few more, but just a few more. These are determinant factors in your illness. How many of you were asked how you feel about yourself as a person? 3, 4, 5 people. These are the determinant factors. So before I explain why or how that works, and I'll give you the science behind it, at least I'll touch upon the science behind it, I'll read you some newspaper clippings. The first one was written by a woman. This is from the Globe and Mail, which is Canada's most prestigious newspaper. And this is written by a woman who was diagnosed with breast cancer, and she's describing her diagnosis, depicting it in this first-person article. Harold is the name of her doctor. Her husband's name is Hai. And Hai's first wife died of breast cancer. Now Donna, the second wife, is diagnosed with the same condition. Which incidentally is not accidental at all. It has to do with the kind of women Hai is attracted to. And what kind of woman is that? This is Donna writing. Harold tells me that the lump is small and most assuredly not in my lymph nodes, unlike that of Hai's first wife, whose cancer had spread everywhere by the time they found it. You're not going to die, he reassures me. But I'm worried about Hai. I won't have the strength to support him, I say. No. What's wrong with this picture? She's diagnosed with a potentially fatal illness. She might have to undergo radiation, surgery, chemotherapy, and her first thought is, how will I support him? So this automatic regard for the emotional needs of others while ignoring your own is a major risk factor for illness. For physiological reasons, I will explain. The next 3 clippings are actually obituaries, which are very interesting because you've heard the expression, the good die young? They do. Many of you are breathing a sigh of relief right now, I'm sure. And there's a reason for it. So this is a physician who died at age 55 of cancer in Toronto. Never for a day did he contemplate giving up the work he so loved at Toronto's Sick Children's Hospital. He carried on with his duties throughout his year-long battle with cancer, stopping only a few days before he died. If a friend of yours is diagnosed with cancer, is that the advice you'd give them? Just don't worry about yourself. Don't take a moment to reflect, rest, de-stress. Just keep going back to work until you drop. So this rigid and compulsive identification with duty, role, and responsibility is another risk factor for illness. The next one, another obituary of a woman who died at age 55 again of cancer. And her husband wrote this. And obituaries are very interesting because they reveal not only something about the person who died, but also about what we value in the other person. And what we value is very often what kills them. So, this is Naomi. In her entire life, she never got into a fight with anyone. The worst she could say was phooey or something else along those lines. She had no ego. She just blended in with the environment in an unassuming manner. Now, I'm sure that many of you who are in long-term relationships, and I've been with my partner for 50 years now, sometimes I wish that she would blend in with the environment in an unassuming manner. But not my wife. She always gave me a run for my money. So what this was being described here is the absolute suppression, repression of any healthy kind of anger, which is a killer. There's unhealthy anger, there's healthy anger. The repression of anger kills you. The expression of unhealthy anger can also kill you. In the aftermath of a rage episode, according to studies, your risk of a stroke or a heart attack double for the next 2 hours. Why? Because your blood pressure is up, your adrenaline levels are high, your blood vessels are constricted, and the clotting factors are increased. So I'm not talking about rage here, but there's such a thing as healthy anger, healthy aggression, which if you repress, it's gonna come back at you for reasons I'll explain. And finally, this is another physician here who dies of cancer at age 71. This obituary, you will have to believe me, is not it's not manufactured. This is the way verbatim from the newspaper. Sidney and his mother had an incredibly special relationship, a bond that was apparent in all aspects of their lives until her death. As a married man with young children, Sidney made a point to have dinner with his parents every day, as his wife Rosalind and their 4 kids waited for him at home. He would walk in, greeted by yet another dinner to eat and to enjoy. Never wanted to disappoint either woman in his life, Sidney kept eating 2 dinners a day for years until gradual weight gain began to raise suspicions. This man had 2 fatal beliefs. One is that he's responsible for how other people feel. If you're responsible for how other people feel, you got a problem. Unless those others are your children. And secondly, that he must never disappoint anybody. So then these are the characteristics then of what I call the disease-prone personality. This automatic, compulsive regard for the needs of others. The compulsive and rigid identification with duty, role, and responsibility rather than your authentic self. The repression of so-called negative emotions, particularly healthy anger and healthy aggression, healthy assertion. and this belief that you're responsible for the people feeling you must never disappoint anybody. All of which amount to a difficulty saying no. Hence the title of my book, When the Body Says No. Because when you don't say it, your body's going to say it for you in one form or another. Now I wonder if somebody's got a copy of it, if I can just borrow it for the presentation. Somebody's got a copy of When the Body Says No? Thank you. Thank you kindly. Thanks very much. I got it. Thank you. Got it. Thank you. So, how do these patterns conduce to disease? Well, before I tell you, let me give you an example that to me is very dramatic and very clear. And that's ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, known in North America as Lou Gehrig's disease after the great baseball player. Now, in writing this book, I relied on my clinical observations, my interviews with many, many, many people, patients, on the scientific literature, and there's a lot of it, and also on the biographies of famous people. And the reason I thought that would be interesting is because when I hear that Gilda Radner, the comedian from Saturday Night Live, dies of ovarian cancer, I don't know anything about her. I just know her diagnosis. When I hear that Lou Gehrig died of ALS, I don't know anything about him either. I just know the diagnosis. Stephen Hawking and his ALS. The British cellist Jacqueline Dupre and her multiple sclerosis. Betty Ford and her breast cancer. I know nothing about these people, but when I read the biographies, in every single case, the same patterns show up. So with ALS, I had a woman who came to me for, and it's one of these conditions where we say we don't know what causes it, you know, maybe some genes, but we don't really know. We don't know only because we're not looking. The answer is right in front of our faces. All you have to do is look at these people, their personalities, and their lives. So a woman came to me for a second opinion once. She was an elementary school teacher and vice principal. And what she found that she couldn't hold a pen because her fingers would no longer close. She also had difficulty walking all of a sudden. Well, you might imagine if that happened to you, you would seek medical advice and help. Not her. What she did for months is that she'd get up at 5:30 in the morning because it took her a long time to get dressed. She was so awkward, clumsy. Get herself to school, walk in early, go up to the board, clutching the chalk in her clenched fist, she would then scrawl the day's lesson on the board. Teach the whole day, go home, prepare for the next day, and repeat the performance. And she did that for months until she could no longer walk. And that's when she went to medical help. That difficulty asking for help, that rigid pseudo self-reliance, is characteristic of everybody with ALS. Now, there's not much about that in the literature, but I did find a study done at Yale University Medical School of ALS patients. And what did they find? This is a study done by some psychiatrists at Yale University Medical School. And let me just find the passage. Yeah. Here's what they found. These patients invariably evoked admiration and respect from all staff who came into contact with them. Characteristic was their attempt to avoid asking for help. Hard, steady work. The authors concluded that people with ALS seem to have two patterns, lifelong patterns, distinguishing them, rigidly competent behavior That is an inability to ask or receive help, and chronic exclusion of so-called negative feelings. Hard, steady work without recourse to help from others was pervasive. There was a habitual denial, suppression, or isolation of fear, anxiety, and sadness. Most expressed the necessity to be cheerful. And you ain't never going to meet anybody with ALS who's not like that. Then I looked up the biography of Lou Gehrig, again, about whom I only knew that he died of his illness. Now, Gehrig set a number of records. As a New York Yankee, his record for number of hits by a Yankee was broken only by Derek Jeter only about 5 years ago. So it stood for 80 years or something. 70, 80 years. But he set another record, a very famous one. Anybody recall what that was? Consecutive games played. No, he was an athlete. He was sick like any human being, and he was injured. But he would never take himself out of a game. In fact, at one point his hands were x-rayed. Turned out they'd been fractured. His digits had been fractured 17 separate times. His teammates would describe him as grimacing like a maddened monkey with agony, nauseated with pain, but he would never take himself out of a game. When a young rookie on his team gets sick with the flu and can't play, and the manager is really upset, Gary says, "What are you talking about? He's sick, he can't play," and takes the rookie home to his own domicile where he lives with his mother. His mother puts the rookie into Gary's own bed. Lou sleeps on the living room couch, while his mother nurses this kid back to health. But he never misses a game until he can no longer drive himself around the baseball diamond. And that's the ALS personality. There are other studies. I'm not going to repeat them. Now, you might think at this point that we're blaming the patient for the illness. But what I'm saying is that emotional rigidity, that repression of self, actually ends up having an impact on the nervous system, the spinal cord and the nervous system. And it becomes the physical rigidity. What begins as an emotional rigidity ends up as a physical rigidity. Why? Because you can't separate mind from the body, about which I'll say more to you shortly. But let's just deal with this question of, oh, by the way, before I forget, so two things I want to mention. One is that they sold out of books, which it's my chronic misfortune to always sell out of books wherever I speak, because I never ordered enough. But you can get these books on Amazon online, any one of them. And also, I just want you to mention that pretty much everything I've said today is available somewhere on YouTube. There's no charge on that, but many of my talks have been filmed. I haven't done any of that myself, but people have filmed a lot of my talks, and they're available on YouTube at no charge to anybody. And a lot of people who work in the addiction field particularly find it helpful to share those videos with their clients. So if you find that helpful, if you find some of those videos worthwhile, well, just feel free to share them with others. Also, I want to mention before I forget, I'm involved with a non-profit called Compassion for Addiction. I think the website is Compassion for Addiction, with the letter 4, number 4, addiction. And we'll be developing a filmed addiction program, I think maybe 6 modules, 6 hours or so, filming it this June, that will be available at my website, which is www.drgabormate.com, and also the website of this organization. So you might want to look forward to checking that out. And also, my particular mode of therapy, like it was mentioned that there is this internal family systems, there are other forms of therapies. What I do, I call it compassionate inquiry, and that's been filmed as well and will also be available at some point. But to go back to this question of patient blaming, are we blaming the patient? Are we saying to the patient that you're responsible in the sense that the way you lived your life actually triggered your illness? And the answer is 100%. That's exactly what I'm saying. But then if you ask me, are you blaming the patient? The answer is absolutely not. So we have to distinguish between the observation that people with chronic illness do have these patterns, and any condemnation or blame attribution. Because why do these people develop these patterns? Well, guess what I'm going to tell you? They're coping mechanisms in childhood. So the woman who, the teacher I told you about, she was an adopted child. Now, adoption by itself carries risks. Not the adoption, but being a child who's adopted, that's what carries the risk. Why? Number one, because for 9 months you were in a stressed uterus. How do we know that? Because by definition, any woman that's going to give up a baby for adoption is a stressed woman. If she wasn't stressed, she would never give up the baby. She's a single mom, she's an addicted mom, she's a poor mom, she's a teenage mom, she's an abused mom. So for 9 months, the hormones of stress and some pretty negative emotional messages. Now sometimes, under the impact of hypnosis or say a psychedelic substance or deep emotional work, people will actually get in touch with a sense of not being wanted way back into the womb. That's the first thing. The second thing is then there's the separation from the birth mother. Now, you say the kid doesn't remember that. Well, that's no longer true. The kid doesn't recollect it, but she remembers it. Because the memory of separation and abandonment is deeply ingrained in the brain and the body. So, when you talk to people that were adopted, their sense of rejection is so powerful. Not that it isn't in many of the others of us, but for them it's often very, very strong. And so in relationships, they feel so hurt so easily if the other person just should look just the other way. And that's an emotional memory of abandonment for which they have no recollection. They can't. Excuse me. So this woman was adopted, and shortly after the adoption, her adoptive mother gets pregnant. Guess what the message is that she gets? Now, she's not as welcome, as celebrated, as enjoyed as the biological child. So she compensates by making herself invisible. That's okay. I don't need help. Just love me. Just don't abandon me. I'll take care of everything. And those core coping patterns then become what we call the personality. So what the personality is not actually our real selves. The personality is actually an amalgam of our particular gifts and qualities, but very much mixed in and polluted by our coping mechanisms. But then we think that's who we are. That's not who we are. That's who we made ourselves to be in order to cope. If you didn't get the attention that you needed as a child, you might be consumed by being very attractive so that you can attract attention. If you didn't get the approval you needed just for who you were, you'll be consumed by winning approval. And whenever you sense that somebody doesn't approve of you, you feel either hurt or angry. Does that remind you of anybody? If you weren't esteemed for who you were, you will be driven to impress other people. If you weren't made to feel important for who you are, you'll develop a style that you'll be helping a lot of people. Now you're important. I've already talked about that. If you weren't loved for who you were, you're going to be very charming. If you weren't liked, you might become very, very nice. And these are all coping patterns. So this woman develops the coping pattern of I don't need help. And I mustn't feel negative emotions because my parents can't handle them. Lou Gehrig's father was an alcoholic. What is the role given to a child in a home where there's an alcoholic? They become the parent. They have no needs because they're looking after the needs of the parents. Therefore, I'll never miss a game because I don't have needs. So we're not blaming anybody because these are unconscious dynamics. You know, in the book I mentioned an example from my own life. My mother, this is when I was in my, I guess I was maybe 54 or so, and my mother was 78. Now there's a genetic disease in our family. There are rare diseases that are purely genetic, very rare. One of them is certain forms of muscular dystrophy, which is in our family. My mother and my aunt had it. If you have the gene, you're going to get the disease. So my mother is in a nursing home because my father was no longer alive, and I'm visiting her, and she's no longer mobile or can't get out of bed on her own because of the muscular dystrophy. And I'm walking down in a nursing home hall, and I have a bit of a limp. And the reason I have a limp is because that morning I had arthroscopic surgery. I used to jog on cement. Not a great idea, by the way. And it used to hurt, but I missed a lecture in medical school where they mentioned that pain might be a sign of tissue damage. So I continued to jog. I continued to jog despite the pain. So I tore cartilage. You know, that morning I had arthroscopic surgery. So that afternoon I have a bit of a limp. But when I get to her room, the limp disappears. I walk in with a perfectly normal gait and walk out the same way at the end of the visit, and then I start limping again. What do you think I was doing? I was protecting my mother from what? Sorry, from? Worrying about me. Now here's the deal about my mother. My mother survived the genocide, the Second World War, the communist dictatorship, the Hungarian Revolution, immigration to Canada, building a new life when she was 40, at which point she gets pregnant again and has to have a child at that age as an immigrant. Very strong woman. Do you think she needed to be protected from the fact that her 54-year-old son has a bit of a limp because he had surgery that morning? This was an imprint. This was an implicit memory. I learned in the first year of my life that my mother was already so stressed that if I want to protect the relationship, I better not bother her. I remember being 5 or 6 years old, 4 or 5, with severe earache, ear infections I used to get, and whimpering to myself at night, but not crying out loud, not to bother my parents. No, my parents would have wanted me to tell them. But no, I was programmed with no, you keep it in. So we're not blaming anybody. These are coping patterns. But here's the problem for the child. Human children have healthy development requires two qualities, or two dynamics. I've been talking about one of them the whole day, attachment. Because without attachment, without belonging to somebody who's going to look after us, we just don't survive. So it's not negotiable. But we have another need for authenticity. And again, I'm not talking about some new age, highfalutin concept here. Auto, the self, an automobile is a self-propelled mobile. Authenticity is being in touch with ourselves. You remember that gut feeling question that I asked you? We have to be in touch with ourselves because from the evolutionary point of view, we don't survive otherwise. So we have the need for attachment, a need for authenticity, to be full human beings. Great. But what happens if I'm authentic and express how I feel, if that threatens my attachment relationships? Now, what does the child choose in every case? Authenticity or attachment? The attachment. Got no choice in the matter. Child doesn't choose it. The brain goes for that automatically. And if that means suppressing the authenticity, which is to say what you actually feel and the expression of what you feel and your needs, then that's what you're going to do. It's a coping mechanism. At which point in this talk, I play the saddest song I know. You have heard it before. Listen to it this time.
I'll be as strong as a mountain, or weak as a willow tree. As a baby, or wild as the raging sea. Any way you want me, well, that's how I will be. In your hands, my heart is clay to take and hold as you may. I'm what you make me. You've only to take me, and in your arms I will stay. Be a fool or a wise man, my darling, you hold the key. Yes, any way you want me, well, that's how I will be. I will be.
Any way you want me, that's who I'll be. It's not a love song. It's a song of desperate attachment. It's the state of the infant. And so much of the culture of attachment in our society is on the infant level, which shows you where we're at. I mean, if it wasn't for attachment, you'd never have to listen to country western music again. Or opera, for that matter. Listen, you know, you think that's bad? Listen to this one. Hold on a second.
Treat me like a fool, treat me mean and cruel, but love me.
Ring my faithful heart.
Ring my faithful heart.
Tear it all apart, but love me.
Tear it all apart.
That's love? What it means is, just let me stay close to you no matter what you do to me. I'll give up anything, I won't be myself, I'll be anything you want. Even treat me badly. Now that's the desperation of the infant, of the young child. So what we're talking about here are coping patterns. And the question then, how do these coping patterns become sources of problem? Now remember what that article from Harvard said. It said that ways in which we cope with early stress protect us in the short term, but in the long term they become sources of pathology. I'm not saying they've taken it as far as I have, but I'm saying that's the principle that is being illustrated here. Now, why do these patterns turn out to be pathological in terms of physical illness? It's very simple. It's because we now know that you cannot separate the mind from the body. In fact, the science of psychoneurology shows that all these systems that we thought were separate, the nervous system, or the immune system, the hormonal apparatus, the ovaries and the gonads and the adrenal gland and the thyroid, all these hormone-producing glands, and the substances they put into circulation. So the immune system, the hormonal system, the nervous system, and the emotional apparatus in the brain are not even separate systems. They're just different manifestations of the same apparatus. From the most primitive one-celled organism, we have our defenses and our reactions to the environment. It's all within one cell. Now, as we develop to be multiple-celled organisms, we have to be more and more differentiated. More and more specialized systems have to develop in order to maintain that homeostasis, that internal balance and protection from the outside. But that doesn't mean they're separate systems. It just means that they're different manifestations. And therefore, whatever happens emotionally also happens physiologically. As we can tell you, there's just a study that came out this week again about how they related activity in the amygdala, which is the fear and alarm and stress center in the brain, to heart disease. And they've actually found the mechanisms. It has to do with activation of the bone marrow, probably clotting factors, and inflammation in the blood vessels. And in fact, you can show that people that were traumatized in childhood, they have higher levels of inflammatory particles in their bloodstream, which increases the risk of autoimmune disease and cancer. And the adverse childhood experiences studies also showed that the more ACE score accumulates, the greater the risk of autoimmune disease. So there's a woman I know in Boston who developed scleroderma. Scleroderma is an autoimmune illness in which the immune system attacks the body itself, like multiple sclerosis, rheumatoid arthritis, colitis, Crohn's disease. These are all thought to be autoimmune processes. And sometimes how we treat them is we give people immune suppressant medication to dampen the activity of the immune system so they won't be attacked by their own immune system. And incidentally, that's not the first line of treatment. What is the one medication, those of you that are physicians here, what is the one medication that we use across bowel inflammation, multiple sclerosis, skin inflammation, lung inflammation, steroids? Steroids are what? Stress hormones. Cortisol is a stress hormone. If you go to a dermatologist, you're going to get a cortisol cream. If you go to a lung specialist with asthma, you get a cortisol inhaler. If you've got inflammation of your intestines from ulcerative colitis, you're going to get a cortisol infusion. If you've got multiple sclerosis, you're going to get cortisol, the stress hormone. But for some reason, it doesn't occur to us, my God, we're treating everything with stress hormones. Is it possible that stress may have something to do with the onset of this condition? It's a straightforward, simple question. So first of all, these systems are not separated. And we know how they're connected now. Their connections have been worked out. The autonomic nervous system sends fibers to all of these different organs and systems and wires them onto one giant electrical grid. So the brain is connected to the bone marrow. When the amygdala is activated, something happens in the bone marrow. The gut is connected to the brain. The gut has more serotonin than the brain does. The gut has a huge nervous system. The heart has a huge nervous system that's connected to the brain. They talk to each other. That's one form of connection. Another form of connection is by means of chemical substances, messenger molecules that are secreted into circulation by these organs and have receptors in the other organs. So the white cells in your circulation, the immune cells, can manufacture every hormone that the brain manufactures. So the brain is talking to the white cells, and the white cells are talking to the brain. And the gut is talking to the brain. The gut sends many more connections to the brain than come down the other way. So when you have gut feelings, it represents the brain-gut communication. Now when you put your hand up to that question, have you ever had the experience of having a strong gut feeling, not paying attention, and being sorry? Whether you realize it or not, you are not describing any failure of intellect or wisdom on your part. You're manifesting what happened to you in childhood. In this society, the way we're parented, at some point we all learn that it's more dangerous to pay attention to our gut feelings than to ignore them. And that's trauma. That's the disconnect that I was talking about. That's the one point. Another point, of course, is that what happens to you when you are chronically unable to say no? And you take on too much. And you're always driving yourself. Guess what? You're stressing yourself. You're generating stress hormones. People are always intruding on you. You're stressed. Now, stress, again, is not just an emotional experience. Stress has to do with the secretion of hormones. Then in the short term, adrenaline and cortisol save your life because they give you more energy, more strength, oxygenate your blood, the whole thing. More sugar in your bloodstream so you can fight back or escape. But in the long term, again, it's like Harvard article said, short-term adaptation, long-term pathology. Because in the long term, adrenaline levels elevated will give you high blood pressure, narrow your blood vessels, so you're at greater risk for heart disease and strokes, and just make you exhausted. Cortisol, in the short term, is helpful for reasons I mentioned, gives you more sugar for one thing, suppresses inflammation. In the long term, cortisol thins your bones, so you get osteoporosis. Osteoporosis is a stress-driven condition. Women who are depressed are much more likely to have osteoporosis, for example. Ulcerates your intestines. Suppresses your immune system. Puts fat on your belly in a way that promotes heart disease and makes you depressed. But when you're constantly stressing yourself because of coping patterns you develop, how stressful is it not to be able to walk and get yourself to school? So that when that's how you're living, you're going to be experiencing stress. And that's why the Canadian title, again, is so much better than the American title. The main title of the book is When the Body Says No. The American title is Exploring the Stress-Disease Connection. That's fair enough. But the original Canadian title, which is my own, is The Cost of Hidden Stress. Because this implies stress more generally. I'm talking about that hidden stress that people are not aware they're generating for themselves. And that's the killer. Those are the killer ones. The external stresses, at least you can recognize and possibly do something about. It's those hidden stresses that are driven by the personality, which itself is an artificial concoction, that create the illness. Now, this woman in Boston with the scleroderma, I don't care how many people with scleroderma you're going to interview, you're going to find trauma in every case. So this woman in Boston, who I didn't know, she read the books. That's why she contacted me. It's an incredible story. She's 35 now, or 36. And she actually just sent me an email yesterday because she's writing the book of her life now. But 3-4 years ago, she was literally paralyzed because of her scleroderma. She could not get out of bed on her own. The physicians had tried everything. None of it worked. And she wanted to be killed. She wanted euthanasia is what she wanted. And she could not get a... she sent me the book just yesterday. I only knew what day it was because though death was near and nothing truly mattered anymore, it was still somehow the day before Christmas, she said. Were euthanasia legal, I would quickly qualify for a black-coated doctor to pay me a final solemn visit, my pain unbearable, my existence irredeemable, my sin unforgivable. And she literally, her hands were like this. Scleroderma means hardened skin, hardened connective tissues, and everything stiffens up. And her face was like this. There's nothing more the profession could offer her. The immune suppressants, the steroids, none of them worked. This woman is walking around on her own now. She's typing her autobiography. She's active. But then her story. Her name is Mandy. So she contacted me at some point. I'm not going to go into the details. What happened to you? So she was an adopted child from Korea, brought to the United States at age 1 by an evangelical Christian couple, having gone through several separations and abandonments in her first year of life. Then she's brought to the United States. The adoptive mother has a nervous breakdown when she's about 5. Mandy's 5. And the father, when Mandy is 16, in a fit of religious remorse, confesses that he has sexually abused her since age 2, for which Mandy had no recollection. But all her life she was one of these rigid, helpful people, always about others, never about herself. When she began to deal with that trauma, at this point I'm not saying how she did that, but when she began to deal with that trauma, her system, she could get out of bed, and now she doesn't need assistance anymore. She travels. She's going to go to school. She used to work at Harvard, but nobody had ever asked her about any of that. And it's in the life history of everybody with that condition. And she's a wonderful writer, actually. Now, what else do I want to tell you here? So, I'm saying that these are childhood patterns. They are laid down early in life as coping mechanisms, and they manifest in disease because of the indisputable and inescapable unity of mind and body. I mentioned the gut-brain connection. And there are other forms of, there are other mechanisms by which this unity is manifested. For example, the heart emits electromagnetic radiation, which is measurable. So does the brain. And when the two are in sync, you feel very different than when the two are not in sync. But they're talking to each other electromagnetically. Now, when it comes to stress, you have to understand there are 3 components. And there is the stressor, which is the external event. If you're a Democrat and then the election of Donald Trump is a stressor. If you are a Republican, then the election of Hillary Clinton would have been a stressor. So that's one component, is the external event. That's the first component of the stress response. The third component is the physiological stress reaction. And that's simply the activated nervous system and the release of the stress hormones. That's the physiological stress response. In between the external stressor and the physiological stress response is what we call the processing apparatus. So I'm now going to illustrate now for you the processing apparatus, okay? And I need 2 volunteers. And here's what you're going to tell me, if you volunteer for this exercise, is some episode recently when you're upset with somebody in your life, whether spouse, partner, child, fellow worker, I don't care, but something that you're willing to share and kind of look at. So do we have 2 volunteers willing to take the mic to share that? I'm so glad nobody here ever gets upset. That's really, really great. But don't be afraid. I promise you, you're going to learn a lot about yourself. You're going to be very full. So we have one hand here, and we have the first hand over here. So let's take 2 people. No, I was not. I was pointing. You were pointing. Is that right? Is that the case? You don't want to volunteer? No. Okay, well then a hand over there then. That's fine. Martha?
Martha.
Martha. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Very good. And I'll just get the other name. What's your name?
Willow.
Willow and Martha. Okay, thank you. Martha, can you please tell us what happened? And don't worry, I'll interrupt quite a bit, okay?
No problem. I went home at lunch and I walked the dog and my partner was there and I gave her a piece of paper because she's been sick and she needed to fill it out to return to work and I was going to fax it for her. And when I walked the dog and I came back, she had incorrectly filled it all out, including saying that she was her specialist.
Okay, so your partner incorrectly filled out the paper, is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Are you going to stay with this person, or?
It was just yesterday.
Okay.
Still a little hot.
Okay, got it. What were your emotions? What did you feel?
I was very angry.
There was anger? Anything else besides anger there?
Embarrassment at being angry.
So so shame?
Yes.
Anger and shame?
Yes.
And why were you angry?
Because it was delaying the plan.
It was delaying the plan, but why were you angry?
Because I was trying to be in control of the plan.
Yes.
Because I've been in control of the plan for the last few weeks.
So you've been in control, and it wasn't working out.
Right, I was losing control.
Losing control, right. Okay, you're losing control, but why were you angry? What was she doing to you, or he? I don't know.
I was going to have to redo the paper.
Yes, you would.
Yes.
What were you angry about?
I was angry that my time was being interrupted in a way that I thought needn't have happened.
So what does that mean about your partner's attitude towards you?
About her attitude towards me?
Yeah. What does that mean about you?
She's not being respectful. She wasn't being respectful of my time.
She's not respecting you. Got it. Okay.
Intentionally, I assume.
Okay.
I think she planned it all day long.
You know what? She wasn't even sick.
No.
She faked the whole thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. We'll come back. Okay, thank you. Willow, what happened?
My partner spent the entire weekend doing his hobbies.
You're kidding me. I can see the headline in the Boston Globe. Partner does hobby all weekend. Okay, go on.
And ignoring me.
Ignoring you. How did you feel?
Pissed off.
You were angry?
Yep.
Anything else? Hurt?
Hurt.
Yeah? Why were you angry and hurt? Because he was doing his hobbies.
I wanted more
Because he was
attention.
ignoring you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I wanted more attention from him.
You wanted more attention. You weren't getting the attention that you needed, right?
I was not.
Okay. What does that mean about his relationship to you, that he ignores you?
I feel like it's disrespectful.
Well, let me just give you a bit of coaching here, okay? That something is disrespectful is not a feeling. It's an opinion.
I feel abandoned.
You feel abandoned. Well, let me tell you something else. Abandoned is not a feeling either. It's a perception. Okay? What do you feel when you're abandoned? You feel hurt and angry. Okay? Now, thank you. I'm going to ask you guys will just take it easy for a minute. And I'm going to ask, we'll come back to Martha's story first. Any other reason why the partner might have erroneously filled out the form without that in any way implying that she did not respect her partner, Martha? Could there be other reasons? I'm not saying what is true. We're just saying are there potential possibilities that are different from yours, okay? Yeah? It stressed her out. She didn't know how to deal with it. Is that possible, theoretically? Yeah. Theoretically. Okay, what else? Improper directions. She didn't get the directions right. Is that proper? Is that...
Incorrect.
No. Is it theoretic?
It's possible.
Is it theoretically possible?
She is ill. It's possible.
Yeah, it's theoretically possible. Okay. She misunderstood, okay? What else? Yeah.
Trying to please Martha?
She's what?
Trying to please Martha?
And how would that show up in doing it wrong?
Well, she was trying to do it right.
She's so nervous because she knows that if she doesn't get it right, it's going to be so terrible that she's actually discombobulated by it. And so she does it wrong, right? You know what that's like.
It's possible.
Is that possible? Yeah?
Absolutely.
Because if she gets it wrong, even a day later, her partner's going to be like, you know. It's possible, right?
It's possible.
Okay, right. Thank you.
But I actually knew why she did it wrong.
But no.
Doesn't matter.
But at this point, for this conversation, it doesn't matter.
I understand.
Okay? This conversation is about the upset, okay? Now, let's go back to Willow's case. Any other reason why the husband might have done his hobbies that have nothing to do with any desire to abandon his wife, Willow? Any other reason why he might have, yeah? He was just totally into it, totally enjoying it, and was like a kid, totally caught up in his activity. Is that theoretically possible? Is that possible? Yeah? Okay. What else? Yeah?
Maybe it's a way for him to get his head cleared.
Maybe that's how he de-stresses, get his head clear. Is that possible? Okay. What else? What's that? Maybe he didn't realize how much you needed him at that moment. Is that possible? Theoretically, is it possible? I'm not hearing much from you. Oh, you're not the one with the... Oh, sorry. Why am I... I'm not hearing anything from you. Because I'm looking at the wrong person. How do you feel now?
Are you ignoring me?
Talk about abandonment. Okay. Are these possible?
It's all possible.
Now, one more thing, possibility. I'm not saying this is true, but people with ADD tend to hyperfocus sometimes, and they tune out everything else. So is it possible he's got ADD? Is it?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did you buy my book on ADD, Scattered? You got to read that book.
Not yet.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you these questions. Martha and Willow, of all the possibilities that were brought up in the room, and including the one that you came up with, which is that you're not being respected, which is the most painful to you?
That I'm not being respected.
Exactly. Thank you. And Willow, for you, of all the possibilities that were mentioned, including yours, which is that you're being abandoned, which is the most painful for you?
Oh, definitely the abandonment.
Okay. Now notice something here, and these two brave people are not in any way different than the rest of us. They just happen to have volunteered. But this is the same dynamic. So it's not about them. It's about me and everybody else here. A, we don't react to what happens. We react to our interpretation of what happens, to our perception of what happens. Are you with me? Okay. Number one, of all the possibilities, we tend to pick the worst one. Number 3, what I just said isn't actually true, because we didn't pick it, we didn't choose it. It's automatic. It's not that either of you went through a process. Why is my partner doing this? Could it be that she this, that, or the other? Or is it that she doesn't respect me? It's an automatic leap, right? Now the question is why? So, Martha, first time in your life, you perceived that you weren't being recognized, you weren't being respected. Is this the first time that ever happened in your life?
No.
How far does it go back?
Childhood.
Childhood, yeah. The first time that you ever perceived that you were being abandoned?
Childhood.
Childhood. This is trauma, folks. This is the past restricting your capacity to be in the present. Because all that happened in the present is that your partner filled out a form in the wrong way. That's all that happened. And all that happened for you is that your spouse engaged in his hobby all weekend. Now, it may be that he was deliberately trying to abandon you. It may be that she was deliberately showing her lack of respect for you. But chances are that's not what's going on at all. But in any case, you wouldn't know, because you never checked it out. You just leapt to the upset. Now, physiologically, when you believe that, what happens inside you?
Not good.
What
not
happens?
good things. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but there's an upset. There's
Yeah.
stuff going on here,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Same for you, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what I meant. There's the external stressor, which is the event. Then there's the physiological stress response, but in between is the processing apparatus. You are the processing apparatus, with your particular history, with your implicit memories, and with the interpretations that from that history you make of the present. You had a question or comment?
I just became it was a short interaction. It was
Yeah.
about 2 minutes. And within 10 seconds, I was apologizing,
Okay.
but still very, very angry and trying to
Yeah.
pull the anger down, and then ashamed for being so angry.
Yes.
And I had to just, I just couldn't stop it. I mean, I did stop it. I didn't say anything more, but I wanted to shut it down
Okay, so
immediately. I knew it wasn't true.
Fair enough. You knew it, your intellect knew it.
But my body didn't.
But your limbic system,
Yeah,
your emotional system didn't know it.
Right.
Because that pain and trauma is still lodged in there. And so, and then being ashamed of it, well, again now, if you were counseling me, what would you tell me about that shame? Or what would you tell me about how to handle those feelings? Would you say, yes, you should push them down and be ashamed of them? Or would you say, well, how about just being curious about them? Right?
The latter.
The
Right.
latter. In other words, there's a lack of self-compassion there, which is, again, a childhood imprint. Because as a child, you had to make yourself wrong when you had strong feelings. Because if you hadn't made yourself wrong, you would have had to make your parents wrong, which would have undermined the attachment relationship. So your mind is simply doing what it is being programmed to do. Okay? So this is what I mean. Thank you both very much, by the way. So this is what I mean, that there's the external stressor, then there is, but we're the ones who process it, which also means, and by the way, let me just, can you give the mics back to these people for a second? Because there's one more question I forgot to ask. Because here's where the transformation is. Here's where the transformation is actually possible. So, Willow, first you. Do you have a mic? Yeah. What kind of person feels abandoned? What kind of person gets abandoned?
A bad person.
A bad person, right. Now, what if you fully, truly got what a magnificent person you are? Who's fully deserving and of respect and care, and who feels that they're just fine, then what would happen if your husband played with his toys the whole weekend?
I would go and do something else.
Yeah, or you might say, hey, honey, how about, but you would there be no upset there, right?
Right.
Okay. What if, Martha, you knew how worthy of respect you actually are?
I would die early. And I'm trying to stay alive. I don't know.
Would it matter to you if somebody else didn't see you so clearly at that moment?
No.
It wouldn't.
No.
In other words, who's lacking respect for you?
Moi.
And who's lacking respect for you?
Me.
It's all within. It's not the other person at all. And that's the beauty of it. The reason that's the beauty of it, because what I said was that trauma was a disconnection from the self. And I'm going to read you a quote here from one of my favorite teachers, who says, you're talking about childhood here, he says, the fundamental thing that happened and the greatest calamity is not that there was no love or support. The greater calamity that was caused by that first calamity is that you lost the connection to your essence. Now your essence is love, your essence is connection, your essence is respect, value, worth. That's your essence. So he says, so the greatest calamity is not that there was no love or support. The greater calamity, which was caused by that first calamity, is that you lost the connection to your essence. That is much more important than whether or not your mother, whether your mother or father loved you or not. And the reason that's good news is because what happened 30 years ago, or 40 years ago, or 25 years ago, or in my case, 72 years ago, is never going to be changed. That history will not be rewritten and reenacted. But if that was the problem, we'd be in trouble. But if the problem is that we lost the connection to ourselves, guess what? That's 100% available to us at every moment. Now it takes work, awareness, but it's absolutely available. And this is why I've written in my epitaph already. You know, on my grave it's going to say, it was a lot more work than I had anticipated. Because believe me, it's never over. For most of us, it's never. There are some people who get transformation and then, then they go on Oprah and become great, But most of us, it's a process. And it's work, but it's entirely available to us. And it's available at every moment as long as we're conscious. Well, I think I'll stop here. We'll take a 15-minute break and come back quarter after the hour. She can't travel. So she actually gets a hold of some ayahuasca online. Now, don't try this at home, kids. It's not meant to be used that way. But this woman actually gets this online, somehow gets it delivered to her. She drinks it. She has a vision. I've never had such visions. I don't get these experiences when I drink that stuff. Mostly I get a stomachache. But she did. Maybe because I don't need them. And she had these entities come to her that said, we're going to help you and love you and support you. Which is, if I were to explain that in psychodynamic terms, it's the parts of herself that she's been cut off since childhood. That night, she gets out of bed for the first time on her own. And what she's done since is she's worked through her trauma. She's come to my retreat. She had to be carried on a pony to get up to the retreat place. But now she's walking around, and I said she sold her wheelchair and she's writing autobiography. Not because the plant cured her. The plant cannot cure her. It's not like, here's the drug, you'll take this. But what actually happened is that with the assistance of that experience and other work that she's done on herself, and she's continuing to work on herself, she's worked through her trauma, and that has helped to reverse her physiology. Many, many such stories, but there's a very famous one that I have no personal connection to, but there's a book called, by Anita Manjani, her name is, I think. It's called Dying to Be Me, bestseller. This woman is in hospital in Singapore with lymphoma. She's got 3 weeks to live. And then she has one of these she doesn't do any drug, doesn't do psychedelics, no therapy. She just has one of these spontaneous out-of-body experiences. Well, this is the kind of stuff that if you had told me about it 15 years ago, I would have just laughed at it, as I would have at the ayahuasca, by the way. But she's an out-of-body experience in which she gets that she's never been herself. But guess what? All her life she's tried to please other people, suppressed her true self in order to fit in and to be acceptable to others. That's how she's just dying to be me. She almost had to die to become herself. 3 weeks later, she walks out of hospital cancer-free, and it has not recurred since. She's now published her second book or writing her second book. I'm not personally connected with her. I have nothing to do with it. But I'm telling you, these transformations do happen. In the case of Manjani, who wrote that book, it just happened. I don't know anything about her before, but she just had this experience. In the case of Mandy, it took a lot of work and determination. But again, that emotional transformation, because of the inescapable unity, has a physiological effect. Now, sometimes it is difficult for people to figure out what is it that happened. So, sometime during today, and I'll tell the story, but I'm not going to, I hope it's okay with you. I don't know where you're sitting. I'm not going to look at you so that nobody can identify the story. But whose child has mental health issues or addiction issues, I actually forget which. But the parent cannot figure out, well, what's the trauma here? We had a happy family when my child was small. But the kid came equipped that way, says this parent, because he was not sleeping almost from the beginning and very reactive and so on. So it's just, nothing happened. It's just... So I said, well, this must have been a very sensitive child. And this parent says, yes, he was extraordinarily sensitive. And I said, well, what's happening? Sensitive means sincere, to feel. When you're sensitive, you feel everything more. So if you don't mind, I'm going to hit you. Is that okay? Fine. Thanks. How much did that hurt? It didn't hurt at all. But imagine now if your skin was bare, your shoulder was bare, and there was a burn there so that your nerve endings were close to the surface, which means you were thin-skinned. And if I tapped you with the same force, what would you feel now? It would hurt a lot, actually. If I tapped right on your nerve endings, you'd be in severe pain. So the degree of pain is not just caused by the external event, it is also related to the degree of sensitivity that the person has. The more sensitive they are, the more pain, the more suffering they're going to experience. Because sensitive means that you pick up what's going on in your environment. So there's this sensitive child who's not sleeping and anxious right from the beginning. But according to the parent, nothing happened. So then I said to the parent, well, how about your childhood? And the parent says, oh, it was very traumatic. My parents were alcoholics. Well, that trauma had never been worked through. Because how this parent dealt with it, coped with it as a child, was to suppress all those emotions. But that doesn't mean those emotions went away. They were in this parent. That sensitive kid would pick up on that already in the womb. That's why he's anxious and can't sleep. And when the child can't sleep, the parent gets even more upset and anxious, and it's very difficult. And so there's kind of a cycle that happens. Now, if I were to talk to the son, I could ask a very few questions, and I'm pretty sure very quickly we'd get a quick sense of what was actually going on here. Because the parent may simply not be aware of everything that happened or didn't happen. Not because of any deficiency or dereliction of duty, but just because these are the dynamics that happen. But even if I knew nothing more than the fact that we have a very sensitive infant and a traumatized parent whose trauma had not been worked through yet, that already gives me enough. Because this is how we pass it on. I keep telling this to you. We pass it on unwittingly, unconsciously, but we do pass it on. So that's the other point I wanted to make. There was an interesting announcement that I asked you to make rather than have me make it. So can we get a mic over here, and then we're going to carry on. Yeah, thank you, Denise.
You got it? Okay. We're a little late in New Hampshire getting it, but the Hungry Heart, for people that have seen it, for people that want to see it again, for people that want to tell their friends about it, you got a chance this Saturday, 15 minutes east of White River Junction, Mascoma Valley Regional High School. And we've got a brand new 500-seat auditorium, which is the number of people that died last year in New Hampshire from opiate overdoses. And there'll be an incredible forum afterwards. Bess will be there, the filmmaker, but my friend Michael, one of those ologists, addictionologists with 20 years experience with opiate addicts, will be there with myself and a couple of police with different views on how to deal with things.
So there's a movie called The Hungry Heart.
Yes, it's
Okay.
The Hungry Heart. I've got extra flyers if you've got clients,
Great.
patients, friends, parents, kids, your kids. You know, this is a chance to have a really good discussion after having an incredible experience of watching this. This is what got the governor of Vermont turn on his little light bulb and get things going. So I just want to, it's free, it's there, you know, it's 15 minutes east of White River Junction. It's this Saturday.
What time?
7. 6:30 if you want free pizza and Poland Spring water. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got flyers.
Great, thank you. So before we do this little exercise, I'll take maybe 10, 15 minutes of questions, if there are any. Yes? And by the way, let me ask you this one question. Sometimes people will say, well, I had a very happy childhood, but I still developed a disease or a mental illness or addiction. And that's what I call the happy childhood challenge. It takes 3 minutes, if that's your belief, for you to find out that it wasn't the way you thought it was. So if there's anybody here who's curious about that, who really perceived that you had this good childhood, but you still had these problems, and you want to find out what happened, you're welcome to put your hand up and ask me, and we'll have a And it won't be painful. It'll be liberating for you. Are you in that category? Okay, great. Well, we'll take this question, then we'll come to you, okay? Thank you. Go ahead now.
Thank you. One of the questions that I've been wanting to ask since the beginning is your thoughts on long-term stimulant use, especially with children who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD.
Yeah.
You know, for the addiction professionals that are in the room, I mean, we often see that when you start doing a biopsychosocial with them, you know, and you ask about first drug use, they'll mention, you know, I smoked pot for the first time at 14, and then later on, a couple weeks into working with that client, you find out that a lot of times they were put on Adderall at 7, 8, 9 years old.
Yeah. Well, ADHD itself is a risk factor for addiction. As far as I can best tell, and the problem with the stimulants is that they, at the very most, they deal with the symptom. Now, there's nothing wrong with dealing with the symptom in the appropriate way, and I'm not going to go into how best to use those drugs and when, but I'm not against their use. I'm against their use in the quantities and numbers that is ridiculous. It's a crime. But I'm not against their use in principle. But what we have to understand is they don't solve any problems. They deal with symptoms. So that ADHD child is still a sensitive, hurt individual who wasn't attuned with when they were an infant. And that's why they developed the dissociative inattention. And they have a negative self-image. Now, unless we deal with those things as well, guess what? They're still going to be prone for addictions. Now, in terms of the medications, it's really hard to tell. Because there are some studies that show that those people that have ADHD and were not treated for it, they're at even greater risk for addiction. So I just can't pronounce on that one, except to tell you that if you're going to use medications, they should not be the first-line treatment. They should never be the only treatment. And the real way to treat children with attention disorder, given that it's not a disease but a developmental problem, is to give them the conditions in the schools and in the homes where they can develop properly. And that can be turned around rather quickly if the parents and other people in the child's life are willing to take it on. But if they just want to think that there's something wrong with the kid and we just have to fix the kid, that's not going to happen. So it takes a willingness on the part of the environment to take on the task of, well, what is stressing this kid? What does this child actually need? What do the behaviors actually represent? What is being acted out here? If all they do instead is give stimulant medications, why would the kid get a whole lot better in the long term? That would be my answer. Okay? Now, are you willing to do this?
I think so.
Okay, great. You think so?
I think so.
All right, what's your name?
Dan.
Can you speak into the mic, though?
Dan.
Okay, thank you. You had a happy childhood, yeah?
As my memory serves.
Okay, very good, thank you. Are you willing, you don't have to, I'm just asking you, are you willing to name the adult problem that you've dealt with? You don't have to.
Rather not.
You'd rather not. Okay, fair enough. But there's some significant issue in your life, either in terms of mental health, addiction, or physical health. Fair enough? We'll just
Multiple.
Sorry?
Multiple.
Multiple. Okay, fair enough. All right. Tell me about your happy childhood then.
Say that again, sorry.
First of all, thank you very much for doing this. Secondly, please tell me about your happy childhood.
Born in Morris Plains, New Jersey. My father was a very successful middle management AT&T employee, and I have 3 siblings. We all went to private school. We all were afforded all of the nicest things that people want and never need.
Okay. So first, I'm going to interrupt you like I always do, okay? And I really need you to tell me if at any time in this conversation it's not comfortable for you, or just that you want not to go on, okay? Because you have to be the guide here, okay? I asked you to tell me about your happy childhood. You told me what your father did. You told me how many siblings you had. You told me that you went to school, and you told me the nice things you got. You have not told me a thing about your happy childhood. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, your attention is all external things. External things never make anybody happy. So go on now.
And then with that, the private school was Catholic school. I've always had a deep-rooted belief in my faith.
Okay. So let me ask you a few questions now, okay?
Yeah.
Are your parents still together?
Yes.
Okay. Where in the birth order were you?
Eldest. First
You were
born.
the eldest, okay. Any illness in your family when you were small?
Sorry?
Any illness in your family when you were small?
Yeah.
Who was sick?
Yes.
Who was sick?
Both grandfathers died when I was young.
Of Alzheimer's?
Nope. Heart disease and lung disease.
At what age?
I was maybe 7 and 5.
7 and 5. Any other illness in your family of origin? Your mother, father, siblings, anybody else?
No.
You weren't sick either yourself?
I was diagnosed with something considerable when I was 21.
But not with what?
21.
With something, but not as a child.
Not as a child, no.
Okay, great. Neither of your parents drank at all?
Not like I can ever remember.
So they weren't alcoholics?
No.
For sure. Nobody, you never got hit?
No. Definitely not.
Not at all?
Nothing that comes to mind.
So as far as you recall, you weren't hit? Nobody hit you with a belt or slapped you or spanked you or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Were you bullied in school at all?
Maybe early high school.
Early high school. Over what period of time?
Sorry?
Over what period of time?
A year and a half. My first year through my middle of my second.
Who did you talk to about that?
Probably nobody.
Okay. Do you have kids, Dan?
I do. One adopted, and that's what has me motivated to do this because I'd do anything to.
How old is your?
Right now he's 11.
Okay. So when is he going to go to high school?
2 years.
Okay.
3 years.
So let's say at age 13 he goes to high school. Let's say he's bullied on the first day of school. What do you want him to do?
I want him to tell me.
Okay. And if you found out that your 13-year-old was bullied for months and never told you about it, how would you explain that? How would you understand it?
Not sure.
Well, what's going on for him?
I'm still not with you.
Your son is being bullied every day, and he's not coming and talking to you about it.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he not doing that?
That I wouldn't know. I've always taught him to come to me immediately.
Oh no, but I understand, and your son probably would. But if I'm saying a hypothetical example,
Mm-hmm.
if he didn't come and talk to you, how would you explain that? Why is he not talking to me?
Yeah, I don't know how I would explain.
How about he didn't trust you? Mm-hmm. How about he didn't believe that you would listen to him? How about he didn't feel safe with you? What else? How about he was trying to protect you because he was more concerned with how you're feeling than how he's feeling?
Yeah, those are really hard things for me to be able to swallow, but I suppose those could be reality.
Any other possibilities you can think of? And so if a child doesn't trust the father or the mother, doesn't feel safe, doesn't believe he'll be listened to, would you say that's a happy child?
No.
That was your childhood. You get it?
hit me one more time. Something, I mean, there was one last piece. Just hit me one more time.
A child who doesn't feel safe enough to talk to the parent about a very distressing experience, who doesn't believe that he'll be listened to, who's afraid to talk to the parents, is that a happy child?
No.
How does he feel? Sad?
Yeah, there's confused.
Confused? What about sad?
There's an element of sadness, yeah.
You don't think that kid would feel sad?
Sorry?
You don't think that child would feel... Imagine your son if he felt like that. How would he feel?
No, I'm gonna, yeah.
I'm not saying you should do anything different for your son. I'm saying if you can imagine him that way,
Right.
would he not feel sad?
Yeah.
Would he not feel scared in the world? Did you ever feel sad or scared as a child?
Sad, sure, when, any loss that happened.
When what?
Any loss, when my grandfather passed.
Who did you talk to about that?
Nobody professionally.
No, I'm not talking about professionally.
Just you tell people who around you.
You don't remember telling anybody, do you?
No.
If your 5-year-old son experienced a deep loss and felt very sad, who would you want him to talk to?
Probably me.
Probably you?
Huh.
Can you take away the probably?
Yeah, I would want it to be me.
And his mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
By age 5, you knew that you were alone. You had nobody to talk to. I don't know how you got that message. For that, I'd have to sit down with you for another 10 minutes, which I don't have time, okay? But do you get it?
Yeah, I'm getting that.
Okay, great. So something happened or something didn't happen that made you feel that you're alone and that, if you're upset and so on, there's nobody to share it with, and you wouldn't get the support, the protection, the understanding, the listening. And by the way, if your 5-year-old son was sad, would it take him telling you for you to know about that, or would you just notice it?
I'd have to say I need him to tell me. I don't think I would notice it.
So the 5, you think
at 5, yeah, I would notice something was wrong.
Yeah, if he was 5 and he was sad,
yeah,
would it take him telling you, or would you notice that something is wrong?
I think I would have noticed something.
Sure you would, if you're at all attentive.
Yeah.
You were not attended to. Nobody noticed you.
Say that.
I'm not blaming them. Something limited them, and that's their own trauma. Otherwise, they would have noticed it right away. So I think I've worked with you enough, but do you get the point?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. When I say I worked with you enough, I don't mean that I'm tired of it. I just mean that I'm running out of time. That's all. Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to do an exercise. But usually I do it in dyads, but there's no time for that, so it's just be just privately, just take 2 minutes and jot down some notes. But I want you to jot it down. Where in my life am I not saying no? What I mean by that is that there's a no there that wants to be said, but you're not saying it. Now that happens in 2 major areas. It happens in work and it happens in personal relationships. So just jot down some reminders as to where you're not saying no. Okay, take 2 minutes. Okay. So just because this is an exercise, because I want to talk about compassion fatigue again. There's no such thing as compassion fatigue. When you get fatigued because of compassion, it's because you're not being compassionate with yourself. When there's the valve in your heart that transmits love and caring and compassion, and it's just going in one direction only, outwards. But none of it is coming in because you learned early in life that you can't expect it. That's when you get tired. When you don't live your life compassionately for yourself, you're going to develop compassion fatigue. I call it lack of compassion fatigue. Lack of compassion fatigue. Lack of compassion for yourself. One way to be compassionate with yourself is to say no when you want to say no. Or put it another way, sometimes you might have to say yes even when you don't want to, only because of the circumstances. I mean, if a friend of yours gets into a car accident at 3 in the morning, you don't feel like getting out of bed, but you're going to. That's all right. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the compulsive suppression of the no. When it comes out of compulsion, an inner drive, then you don't have compassion for yourself. So, let's just take one or two people. Who's willing to tell me one area where they don't say no? And I don't, yeah.
I never say no to anyone in my family.
You never say to anybody in your family.
And I know I'm doing them a disservice when I do that, but I do it anyway.
Okay, so you never say no to anybody in your family, even though when you know that's not good for them, let alone for you. Okay? Somebody else. Yes?
Never say no to playing music.
Never say no to?
Playing music.
To playing music?
Yeah, whether it's 5 nights a week or 7 nights a week.
Oh, are you a musician?
I am.
Okay, so that you're being asked to play music and you just don't say no to it. You feel like saying no?
Sometimes.
I'm talking about, see, I'm not talking about whether you say oh no or not. I'm talking about when you don't say it when it's there to be said.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you're talking about. Okay, now let's just take two. So I'm teaching you this as an exercise you can do once a week with yourself or twice a week. That would just make a difference in your life. Where this week have I not said no? Well, when my spouse wanted this, or when my friend wanted that, or my mother wanted that, or my fellow colleague wanted this, I didn't say no. So where didn't I say no? The next question I'm going to ask you, is, I might as well stick with the two of you. And could we run the mics over here very quickly? Are they still available? Just so I don't have to repeat. So one to my musician friend right here, and then one over here. So, is it Sandy, your name?
Yes.
So Sandy, what I ask you is this. When you don't say no, what is the impact on you?
Oh, like on everyone, you feel resentful after a while.
So there's resentment.
Yeah.
And you heard about what resentment is. It's that old definition. You heard it, what it is?
I just read something about
No.
that.
Okay, so resentment is when you take poison and you hope somebody else will die of it. Okay? That's what resentment is. Okay? So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Sandy. You don't say no because you're afraid if you say no, it's going to hurt the relationship, right? They're not going to like you. Why don't you say no? What's your belief?
You know, it isn't so much that.
What is the belief behind not saying no? There's a belief there.
Because I don't want them to feel any pain.
You don't want them to feel pain.
Right, so.
Would you keep the mic to your mouth?
And my mother did that with me, you know, to step in and take
Okay,
the
so
hard blows.
you're responsible for how they feel, is that it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. And therefore, since you're responsible for how they feel, if they feel bad, what does that mean about you?
My fault.
You're a bad person. If I say
I
no,
didn't do my job.
yeah. If they feel bad, you didn't do your job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's a belief there. So first of all, look at where did I not say no. Secondly, what is the impact of my not saying no? So resentment, right? Do you think they don't know that you resent them?
I think I'm pretty good at covering that
Yeah,
up most of the time.
you think they don't feel it? You don't
Maybe
think?
not.
Yeah.
You'd
Okay.
have to ask them.
All right. Any physical impacts
Oh, yeah.
on you? Like
Sure. Like tired all the time?
keep the whole mic to your mouth. Tired, fatigue.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any sleep disturbance?
Oh, I have a hard time sleeping at night.
Yeah, sure you do. All that resentment. How could sleep?
Well,
Okay, listen. That's fine. What is the impact on you of not saying no?
Fatigue.
Fatigue. Okay. And what do you do when you're tired?
Sleep.
Is that what you do?
I sleep, or I just kind of.
Any self-soothing behaviors?
Yeah, you know,
Substances?
Netflix or
Netflix
a video
or
game. When
video
I'm not-
games, right? So you escape into some addictive stuff.
Yep.
Okay. And what is the impact of that?
Guilt.
Right. Shame, right? Okay. The impacts are huge. What's the belief? Why are you not saying no?
Music's been a passion.
That's okay. You love music.
Yeah. So.
But
it's
can you
been
not
play it when you can?
No, but can you not love music without saying yes every time?
I can still love it.
Yeah.
But
so
it's
why-
about
so
playing
why-
with different people in 3 different projects.
Well,
So you
this-
say no to one person, and they're like, "Why aren't you rehearsing with us?" Because I've already rehearsed 3 times. this
Then
week."
you say, because I'm tired and I need some time for myself. Why aren't you saying
That's
that?
hard.
Why aren't you saying that?
Because it's very hard.
What makes it hard about it?
You know,
Again, you
between
take-
feeling left out and between letting people down.
Okay, got it. So here's the thing. I'm going to give. So do this exercise. Where am I not saying no? What is the impact of my not saying no? What is the belief I have around it? That belief always goes back to your childhood, by the way. And I'll say one more final thing to you, and then we're going to have to end the session. A therapist once said to me, Sandy, that if you have a choice between guilt and also, what's your name?
John.
Joe?
John.
John, okay. John and Sandy and everybody else here. A therapist once said to me that if you have a choice between guilt and resentment, choose the guilt every time. Choose the guilt every time. If you feel guilty, and if you feel guilty, it's a good sign.
oh, no.
No, hold on. It's a good sign. It's a good sign, and you should have a party and invite all your friends. You know how people have pity parties? Have a guilty party. And celebrate the fact that for once in your life you did something for yourself. Now, I could tell you about guilt. It's not your enemy. You don't have to keep running from it. It's actually your friend. Why is it your friend? Because it all goes back to childhood coping mechanisms. Your biggest need was what? Attachment. You got it? That was your biggest need? Not just yours, everybody's. You learned early in life that if you took care of yourself and your own needs and didn't take on the emotions of others, that would threaten your attachment relationships. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I'm not sure I believe it, but I understand it.
Okay, well, I'll let you think about it because I can't.
Right.
I can't
will.
take. Yeah, but I'm saying you learned early in life that if you didn't take care of others and if you manifested your own needs instead, that would threaten your attachment relationships because your mother couldn't handle it because she was too busy herself or too stressed. You learned that too. But what's the mechanism that would teach you that? And that would keep you acting in a way that would hold on to your attachment relationship? Guilt. Guilt comes along to say, you better not do that, you better not be selfish, you better not think about yourself. So guilt is simply a mechanism that keeps you attached. Why on earth don't you want to feel guilt? It's just your friend as a kid who tried to protect you. But it's a stupid friend. Because it doesn't know that you're not a 2-year-old, 3-year-old kid anymore. It doesn't know that you're not a woman in your 70s. It just keeps repeating the same message. So next time you feel guilt, I say celebrate it. oh God, I must have done something for myself. And say to the guilt, thank you very much, my stupid friend. You did your job all those decades ago, but your services are no longer required. Don't worry, you're not going to become a psychopath. Psychopaths don't come to my talks. They go into politics. Thank you very much. Now, anyway, in other words, don't be afraid of your guilt. You're not going to become a sociopath. You're not that type. So when you feel guilt, 99% of the time it's going to be because you've actually finally decided to be compassionate to yourself. Okay, now, thanks for listening. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mate. We really appreciate you making the travel here to spend time with us. I want to thank all of you for buying tickets, for your enthusiasm for the day. It's been really a great day. Thank you to UVM Medical Center, to the Vermont Department of Health, the United Way, all for sponsoring. Dr. Mate is going to be out in the promenade signing books. And I also want to say thank you to Dana Poverman for making it happen and bringing him here. Woohoo! And then lastly, two last comments. Please recycle name tags out at the front desk, and please, please fill out your evaluations. Thank you very much.
Miss, would I be prying if I asked you what was wrong? Would I be prying?
Everything's wrong.
Not everything. The sun is still shining. It's a beautiful day out. Some things are okay, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Did you just break up with your boyfriend?
No.
Are you in trouble with the law?
No.
Am I getting closer? That's better. You look like a prom queen when you smile, a glamour girl. Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, I had a crush on the prom queen, Darling Lewis. She had a big black mole in the middle of her face that used to make me so excited. You know, you look a little bit like her, right around the cheeks and the chin.
Thanks.
Boy, did I have a crush on her. She was the first girl I put my tongue in her mouth. Hey, look, whatever it is, just forget about it. Life is too short. You should try to be happy.
But what if you can't make yourself happy?
Well, then I don't know. You know what you do then? You forget. Block it out. I remember my grandmother told me how to be happy. She said, Leon, my darling little grandson, if you want to be happy, don't think. Don't bump into any walls. If you stutter, don't talk. I listened to my grandmother, and look at me now. Couldn't be happier. Well, that's life.